This will be episode 4 of the ONI DLC, Cycle 1047 and onward. No, yes, I know we're missing a research station game. I wanted to do the stream last week, but I got injured and some other things came up that ended up preventing me from doing so, including losing the internet on both Thursday and Saturday due to I don't even know what. But, thing today is Tuesday and Wednesday. We need to get this one out. And also, should be doing episode 5 tomorrow. Well, technically today. But, yeah, we'll be doing a double feature on this. Thursday will probably be, I'm thinking the first Descendant. We might do another Oni. I don't know. I do know we need to really get this thing sorted. I'm so happy we have liquid water, though. Okay, we need to process mercury, get everything else set up, and properly do something with the pips. And probably start the sleet wheat processing, as that's going to be stupidly important. It's 10. And I do need to eventually pop this carbon dioxide geyser. I think what we'll do first is add in the ethanol and get all the plants started. I also don't know what this one is either, so we'll have to wait and see. Oh man, God, it feels good to be back in Ocean Included. I miss this. I miss being able to do ONI on a regular basis. There's so much other stuff that we're doing simultaneously. And I'm still working on the time-lapse. I believe I have 21 more saves to go from what I was looking at. And then I need time to edit them all together, which unironically is not that bad, because I've labeled which ones I need to clip the edges of and then start pushing them all together into one giant screen. I think the biggest issue is obviously going to be the transitions. Text overlay, I've already got that working in DaVinci Resolve. And the animation bit at the start. That's probably going to be the hard part. Because, again, animation takes time. It's not an easy process. Oh, processing. Good, good. I was like, wait a minute. Are you guys actually going to do that? Okay, cool. We're gonna try a mercury liquid lock. Just for reference. I will also need to seal this in completely eventually. But the temperature-wise on mercury should technically work. In liquid format, yeah, it can survive up to 356.8, so 358.8. There's 2 degrees up and down before its state changes into something terrible that we do not want in the base. That would be bad. That would be exceedingly bad. These guys, I definitely need to get one of these and bring them over here. And get the rest of the pipe network going. I'm almost tempted to move this pipe network and then put the thermal aqua tuner over here. But it would still get really convoluted anyway, so I'm kind of like... It's probably better to have it on this side for the time being. Well, I don't know. See, he always likes to go left. If you put it on the left, it has a hard time moving to the right for some reason sometimes. It's just a weird mechanic of the game. Also need to vent this thing. The real problem is that I don't really feel like doing a gas bridge filter, so yeah. We can just eject the rest of the gases that way. We'll use copper for that, then connect everything. I'm just happy we have research water. I just keep looking at it like, yes! I have liquid water in this frozen hellscape. That's always an awesome achievement, pulling that off. Okay. We'll need to make liquid mercury before we do anything with it. So means getting this created. I do feel a little bad that I'm about to completely break apart their entire system, but it'll be fine. Okay, what else do we need to start, like, rapidly pushing? I will need oil wells at some point. Petroleum to get rid of the excess ethanol that we'll be rocking. We'll need to open this up so that way we can actually push our way in. Probably gonna need to add... Where are you going? Oh, you're going to get the excess iron ore. Got it. Got it. No problem there, dude. No problem. I do need to actually add a ladder, though. By ladder, I just mean a floorboard. Now we can get access to add the pipes in later. Oh, hey. And what do we get? Ooh, digital cobalt. I might have use for that. Maybe. That is a giant maybe. That's the problem that I'm worried about. I want it to connect equally here. It's still gonna split up. Damn you, pipe priority. Unbreathable gas, hydrogen gas only. Hey, liquid mercury. Mop that up immediately. I need that. Like, unironically, I actually need that. And it's not toxic to the dupes, correct? Somehow not. I am surprised. People need toilets, that's fine. Just gonna put that as a 9 and mark this as a 9. That way we can get that done. But it's 19 degrees, mercury. We should be able to handle it. Hopefully. Hey, more water. What do we got? Amari with decorating 2, operating 1, rocketry 1, germ resistant, interior decorator, irritable bowels. Yeah. Irritable bowels is the bad one. Yeah, bathroom speed usage. Not great. We have a Frankie with tidying 8, animal lovers, Chevy dresser, destroyed a sparkle streaker. Not bad, but not really what we need right now. We have a Joshua with doctoring 11, early bird, and bottomless stomach. Bottomless stomach for a doctor? No. Sorry, Joshua. We will be taking the water. I will gladly accept water over that. Thank you very much. Also, our metals are leaking. Pass out like right on the machines. I mean, I will give them this. It is the only warm object in the entire game besides the heaters. That is it. Oh no, the snow's gonna melt soon. Oh well. That was expected. I'd hope we had a little bit more time, but I kind of knew that was going to be the case. Water's going up. Good. I actually need to add more tanks. Crap. Oh no. It's too much. Ender. The pips, yes. Well, I'm working on getting the pips operational so they don't die. They're in reasonable temperatures now. It's still terrible for them, but they're not dying anymore. Pretty sure everywhere in the base is relatively safe for them. Yeah, nothing is negative 30, so we're good. If anything was negative 30, I would be concerned. Oh, wait, there's a spot over here. It's not insulation installed on everything yet. No to that one. Too hot. Everything would melt besides igneous rock. That would be bad. Or obsidian, of course. Okay. You can be a 7 and you can be a 7. So yeah, we need to get liquid mercury down here for a liquid lock. Just to give it a try, and I need to move the ice out of there. Bathrooms look good, everything else is good, food is fine, our water supply is insanely comfortable. For the most part, I think the base is mostly safe. It's just, we will eventually melt everything. So the base needs to be made out of a reasonable structure. I mean, we've had explosions. I almost had the nuclear reactor go out before. That was bad. That was really bad. It was a bug. The pressure was not actually releasing correctly, so it was, we had to turn it off and leave it off for a while. Small problems. Dude, it's a nuclear reactor. Like, that's not a small problem. That's like a quarter of my base exploding. Spontaneously. That could have been really bad. And devastating simultaneously. I also need to get my food back into a refrigeration area. That should be automation, weight plates. I'll just use iron for this. I need to get the fridge up and running. Badly, actually. I probably just need to incorporate my... Yeah, you know what? Screw it, we'll do that one. HCR2 or HCR1. Which one was HCR again? I'm drawing a blank. Hillclimb Racing 1 or 2. I don't know. That's good to hear. I mean, if you want a racing game, I do fully recommend Revolt, because it is both abandonware and readily available. And it can probably run on a phone. I've never attempted it, but it probably could run on an Android. You just have to sideload it because it's technically a very old piece of hardware. Okay, and this needs a blob of ethanol here. Roger that. Okay, I need a blob of ethanol here, and then I need a liquid lock here. And I can add in... That's gonna be janky. Hey, Shanna. Welcome back. There we go. And turn you off for a second. Yeah, making liquid locks is tedious, as you can see. Yes, I did. That is very good news. Tomorrow we'll probably do... I'm still debating. I'm thinking tomorrow we do another ONI stream. Well, aka today, because it's now Wednesday. I did start late. Some other stuff happened, so there's that. But I'm thinking we do a second Oni stream for episode 5. And then on Thursday we do the first episode. Because I need to get some more farming in. Like, I need more time. Friday, obviously, will be probably Trove, and then, depending on how the servers are working, we'll do PoE. And I've been loving the league, so there's that. It's been really, really good. All Bobby, because I wasn't able to get her the last mat after farming the spot for like 10 times. Oh, no. I'll be farming her as well, so that's the plan anyway. So let me... that to branch there. I need to actually remove the oxygen in here and scoot it out. I need to dig that up, and I also need to save the flux here. Does somebody just wrangle that? There we go. That'll work. Just wrangle that one. It's fine. Remove this, and then vent this thing. Okay, that is now safe. Roger that. Just put it in the Discord where it matters. I'll take a look at it when I get time. So right now we gotta pay attention to the dupes. And our food that needs to be put in a refrigerator. Actually, I need to move the ethanol here. And I need to vent this chamber. That way we can put CO2 in it. And I need to add more materials. Woo. I want to get liquid processing up and running. The pain. I should also use my max capacity module. Duh. It's an ultimate version. It's just like primes in Warframe. You always max that stuff. Always max your ultimates. I doubt that they'll ever add a higher tier version. Just because the way that they've structured everything. So ults are just going to be ultimates. And that'll be that. So I would recommend putting actual everything into your ults over the rest every time. We've almost got this done. The dupes are taking it their sweet, sweet time. Okay, we'll get that dug up. I think everything else is pretty much prepped for construction. Yeah, for the most part, I'm pretty sure everything is prepped for construction right now. Let's get all of that lined up. Oh, all I need to do now is finish the story. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You need to finish the first decided story, man. Just get it done so we can get to hard mode. Because hard mode is very fun. I will admit the game is very fun in general, but hard mode is really fun. Let's speed this along a bit. Okay, our water supply is refilling. We are having little bits of mercury dripping off, which is good because we'll need it for our liquid locks. Why are you starving? I was gonna say, why are you starving? You're right next to... You're 3 feet from the food! What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Okay, move all the ice out of the way, clean this all up. Should be sweep only. Okay, team, let's clean up the base. Get all the ice out of there. Our new generators is looking good. And we will up that as well. The rest of that's fine. I can just stay there. Okay. That's all clean. Now we need limited cable and scred. Defense mission, that's good for leveling. Yes. Cinemod's basically the insta-kill side. The rest just focus on the right. Yep. Yeah, once you get strong enough, you can just focus that and you don't have to worry about it. Up those. Sure everything else is done at least. Just need a little bit more cable. Just a little more. Feel bad for Esther, but we need to get their strength up anyway. That for a bit. And one automatic dispenser can be turned off because it's all the excess ice that I don't need to think about right now. Construction. Let's go. Let's go. And let's go. And get the rest of these also set up. You can see it, I'm mostly done for the round until I have to reverse the spot. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what Volby does. She's really good at that. Okay, dupes. Let's get the rest of this built. I do also want you guys to dig that up. Build that. Dig that. And just dig up the rest of that. Should be good to go. Shadow. By the way, your dupe is doing perfectly fine. Just gotta get them all nice and settled in. I need to empty this bottle. And we just need to keep it away from this tile. Do that, we're good. Just leave that alone. Yeah, so this will be a CO2 container. I will need a double liquid lock, which I will technically be able to obtain by just stealing this or moving this tile. It's such a janky system to do this. So technically I need to put a tile here. And that creates the full liquid lock. So we have to make sure we have these two tiles, fill this room with CO2 by venting this one. And then we put CO2 into this room, we move a tile over, delete this one, And then we maintain the liquid lock, and we've got a double liquid lock that is tiny, and the dupes can still access everything. It is very tedious to pull this off. Not the end of the world, just mildly annoying. Okay guys, go get food. I'm gonna need them to cook up more food soon. There's not enough skewers laying around. Ooh, copper. Fine copper to begin with. Nice. Also got some rust. We have an Amari with cooking, frostproof, and critter vision. And an anemic Frankie. I'm sorry, Frankie. You got... Oh, God. It's cooking 9, by the way, on Amari. And cooking 8 on Frankie and 4 building, but anemic and loud sleeper. Not happening. We will be taking the copper. That's an ouch, man. I'm sorry, but the anemic dupe, no. Not in this kind of environment. I refuse. Okay. Let's connect everything through the wires. And let the dupes run on the wheels again. So eventually we'll need to move the ration box into here. Okay, that's already a vacuum. Actually, hold off on that. Get rid of this. Then we need to add 1 tile. And we delete this. And then we should just have cycle 2 in there, and we don't have to worry. Why are you starving? How are you starving? I will need to add a tile here to get rid of the oxygen. And keep this little area safe and the other one safe too. We will need to pump in more ethanol. Okay, and then deconstruct this. And do that one as well. And we will connect those. Separate it. I need to fill this entire chamber with CO2. Vacuum, vacuum. And then we can clean that up. And hopefully not have a break. Oops, not that. I need that and that. That connects to that. That connects to that. We strip this. And I changed directions on this. And our fridge is done. All the food in here needs to go into there. I will probably need to add a conveyor bridge to add all of our food from here into there. empty that. Okay, this should hopefully keep our fridge safe. Just want to get a little bit more. Oh, you know what? No, 33 grams should be enough. It's over 25. It's 35. Okay, no, that should be fine. I just need to get any water out of there, which I think we're good. You to go over there. Okay, so we have Panda back on cooking duty. Fresh, deep freeze, sterile environment. Okay. That will be safe. No matter what I do. We need to reconnect this for a second and plug in a computer loader. Move that. I'll probably make the kill chamber here. That way I'll be right next to the fridge, and any critters that we need to wipe out will just die down here and then be shipped into the meat will be shipped in here. But we should be actually perfectly fine now that we've got our fridge up and running for the most part. Obviously the insulation is not going to hold forever. But it should keep things as best I can. Clean that up. Okay, turn that off for now. That's my jumpstart cable. Because we need it. Copy settings and get this thing plugged in. Yeah, I need to get everything up and running so that way we don't have to worry about this. Roger that. Oil refinery. I need utilities, thermal aqua tuner. Wolframite is not a good use. Crap. Well. I think we'll just have to work with what we've got. Do I want to build a... Oh, actually, yes, I do. This needs to be a simple chamber. And that needs to go up there. So it's... okay. Well, that's good to hear. What did she come with again? This is such a bad idea. I know it's such a bad idea. Oh, what was was it? It was... Because I can enter into there. Actually, no, I need to put this in front of... Actually, no, it does need to be after, because fluid needs to go into the thermal aqua tuner. When it can't fill it, then it gets output into... Yes, it needs to go out into the input, so this can overflow, and this one needs to output here, which will then overflow into there. Always trying to get these things working to where they have roughly 100%, because a little jank in specific positions it can be rough. Yeah, Proto, get off that. You don't need it. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it makes sense. The red and black. Got it. That's a fair assessment. Here's the temperature in there. There's no temperature transfer between gases. Nope. Oh no, it's not enough. There we go. God damn it. I hate how my dupes literally will not dig that, no matter what I do. Okay, new principles. What do we got? We have a gene with farming 1, suit wearing 3, supplying 4, mole hands, narcolept, squeamish. That's pretty good. It's just he doesn't come with any sort of interests that are really high, which is frustrating. Gene, goddammit. Come with rocketry. Or digging. If you're gonna go with mole hands, suit wearing, supplying, digging. I'm waiting on a good gene. Gene always saves my base. I don't know why, but he's always been my guy. He's always my dupe. And we got Steve, building 3, suit wearing 3, Yokult, no. Iron Gut though, and Pacifist, but Yokult, no. 2 sweet legs, or an Ashcan with researching 3, doctoring 5, buff, and kitchen menace. Kitchen menace is actually pretty good for a doctoring researcher. I'm never gonna put him on the kitchen anyway. He's just gonna need the bonus. Though the problem is I don't need another doctor. So, sweet legs it is. Hoping Gene comes in with my clutch here soon. Or like a super Gene, that would be great. I know that. It's the same on all of them, Shino. I was just wondering what the mods were by default on her. Because every Ultimate Descendant comes with 2 mod slots. I didn't actually look to see what she got. Generating more oxygen again, so we're good there. I need to vent all this hydrogen and collect all the mercury. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, let's get all of that mercury. I need to shove it down here. I actually need them to build all these pipes here. I'm starving right now. You're at 900. You know what? You'll be fine. This is not fine, though. It's refrigerated, but not good enough. What's causing the heat here? Oh, it's the stupid... Wait, no, it isn't the conveyor bridge. Conveyor bridge is negative 19. What? It's hot in here. Either way, insulate that just in case. Cinnabar is negative 14. Iron is negative 8. I guess the ethanol lost all of its... well, it's gained too much energy. Not lost, but gained too much. Zantic is good. Oh, it's good for those who run HP and MP collector. Ah, yes. Yes. To be honest, I think every build should be running HP and MP collector. One or the other, obviously. It's just too good of a mod set. It's designed too well. It's not that it's overpowered, it's just it's very good. We do need to add in our piping down here. So let me max that out. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. It's exceedingly strong, which is good. Like, really, really good. Yeah, the ethanol lost all of its temperature. Shit. Well, all of my food is in a sterile environment, but it's only refrigerated. Which is a problem. Go to the bathroom, bud. Or not? They're just too cold? Is that what's going on? I don't know. I also really need to get rid of this door eventually and just seal this in. I had this door here so we could get in and out safely. Because of construction requirements, but I think we're already beyond that point. Or not. Well, for travel right now, that'll work. Whenever they get rid of it is whenever they get rid of it. Okay, the bigger issue at hand. Oops, I need you to dig all of that. And these. Dude. I was gonna say, Shano, can you open that door? There we go. Okay, deck spot completed. And ethanol. It flows freely, actually. Means I need to add more. A lot more. I need the fridge to freeze again. I need it to freeze badly again. Oh no, it doesn't want to go over. God damn it. I knew it. It's like, I remember being able to juke this thing a little bit. And I need... Where was it? So normally when you go in from above, you just put it below. Because it's going to be a little bit finagly. This needs to go here. And liquid bridge needs to go, and we need to attach... I need it to be in parallel, which is the problem. I need it over the top. This is always the problem when trying to finagle this from below. That's why I don't normally like building them when I have to go from like this. This should get the job done, hopefully, because this should force pipe priority. Yep, there we go. Yeah, it's a little janky. But you normally have to force pipe priority to get this stuff to work, which can get really infuriating really quickly. It's actually probably enough like ice to properly seal this room. It's kind of nuts. Okay, that is now back down to a deep freeze. This doesn't need to run yet. I will need to actually add in the AND gate, though. We'll do this. I need a thermal sensor here. Automation wire there. There. And another one here. And then we need a liquid sensor. Do I have a pipe liquid sensor? Thermal liquid sensor. I really don't want to put it here because it'll be behind the cooler. No. Let's put it where it belongs, in front. Also, for anyone wondering, do your best not to put it behind. You can do it, but then you have to alternate the fluid. It's a little jank. Your best bet is just to put it in front, even if that goes outside the normal chamber. Hey, Samwraith. Welcome back. Getting our fridge set up. Good evening. Good evening back to you, bud. Where is my power situation? Oh, we blew a line. That would explain why it's not running. It's like, why is it not going? Oh. You tamed your first tungsten volcano? Nice. Are you using it for melting anything, or are you using it for just the tungsten? Because obviously using it to melt things is much harder than just using it for the tungsten. And the tungsten is very good. Yeah, tungsten as a liquid is extremely effective at blowing holes in rockets. Hey, Pemmican. Nice. What do we got? We have a Yokel Bonnie Rocketeer. Ouch. That hurts. Oh, man. They are a glow stick, though. They just got every really bad node that I would not want. We also have a Quinn, who is a Supply 9 glow stick with biohazardous germ resistance, which doesn't make sense. Because they're radioactive? What? These two negatives... I will never understand this game sometimes when you get the weird negatives. because biohazardous doesn't actually make sense for Quinn, because everything he touches will be radioactive. So if they're eating food that's got food poisoning on them, their innate radiation kills the germs. It's really weird, but that is actually how it works. It's actually tempting, but not completely, because he's just a supplying dupe. That's a maybe. Yes, it does. It's just that if you allow it to remain in a liquid form and build up, it becomes an extremely good, and I mean it's an extremely good solvent of steel, because it has a lot of thermal capacity. So its thermal conductivity is very similar to gold, but its thermal capacity is way higher. So when you let it build up in mass, it's really good. If you want to make a satellite or you want to make a space station out of a rocket, tungsten is really good at it. Niobium, also fantastic material. I mean, that stuff just like space technologies at this point. But that stuff is great as well. I'm very tempted for Quinn, but I don't know if I can justify it. It's a glow stick biohazardous. This glow stick's amazing and also completely negates this, but supplying as an interest is kind of useless. At this point, I'm like, maybe later. Quinn, I think maybe later. You are tempting, though. You're very tempting. If this was early and I didn't have a glow stick dupe, you would have been first pick. Like, flat out. I just don't really... I don't have a nuclear reactor yet. We're a long ways off from that, so... Also, you're not farming, so that also doesn't help. Whereas our farmer that we got here is Max, with farming 8, iron gut, uncultured, germ resistant, and shabby dresser. Which is kind of crazy you got farming 8. Use tungsten metal tile in the magma, because tungsten has much better conductivity than steel. Use diamond instead. If you're going to use a conductivity material, use diamond. That's just the best you can do. If you're going to use it for keeping stuff functional, then you want to use steel, because tungsten's melting point, even though it's higher, machines don't get the benefit. Which is weird. I don't really understand why they did that, but tungsten machinery doesn't get an increase in temperature capacity. So it'll still break down. Steel does. Obviously niobium does, and thermium does. But for some reason, tungsten kind of just got left out. But it is great for tiles, but not really for thermal conductivity, because you can just use diamond. Because if you're at the point where you're processing tungsten, you can already make diamonds. It's been weird for that one because of the DLC. I don't really get that one when they did that. I guess if you've never worked with the betas and you've never pushed for uranium, then tungsten would be the best option. Because you can use rad bolts to generate diamond. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Like, that tungsten's always been in a weird state, but with the DLC it made it really awkward. And for anyone that doesn't know, let me go to it real quick. And diamond is sitting at your 80 points and specific heat capacity at 0.5, which means that it transfers so efficiently it's ridiculous. And then poor tungsten. There's tungsten on my list. Yeah, tungsten is just kind of, yeah, 0.134. So it doesn't hold as much energy, and it's got less thermal conductivity, but it is primarily used in the creation of thermium, so that's why tungsten is so important. The only other thing I can think of would be tungsten tiles due to their higher melting point, because again, their base melting point is 3,421.9, so they will never melt, and they can handle niobium for the most part, because again, niobium is normally around 3,600, but it can be quickly cooled down to be right below 3,200 once the second it comes into contact with steam. So in a niobium volcano tamer, normally you use tungsten in a steam box to quickly deal with it, and you use an insulated tile where the niobium touches the ground. So that way you don't have it, you know, melting a hole in it, and then it instantly state changes because of the steam around it. But the rest of the box can be tungsten. Automation wires and automation... Yes, yeah, it's great. Oh, are you using hydrogen? So let me... It's fine being marked. I think we're good on this as well. Wait, your Radbolt rockets are melting? That's weird. Because we use steel for that. You don't need to do that. There you go. Bye, Panda. And the last base, we used steel for pretty much everything. I mean, I could upgrade to tungsten, because we did tame tungsten, but we really didn't need it. The biggest issue was obviously the ladders. Keeping ladders alive was tedious at best. Because you just need so much obsidian to be able to ladder all of your rockets together for easy access for your dupes. And because if you're going to be swapping the rockets around a lot on component-wise, you definitely need a lot of obsidian. So that was tedious. But I'm pretty sure I didn't actually have to worry about that because I never put the automation on the ground. I always had the automation above. Because most of the input of the energy from the Radbolt rockets is on takeoff. When landing, weirdly enough, it is still there, but it's much more dissipated. It is card. Yes, it is card. Okay, I need to get to the liquid bridge and deconstruct this. As now I have a working fridge. Everything is going to be deep frozen. And I need to lower this. And just have the dupes run the wheels for a bit. Okay, cool. So now we have a working fridge. Wonderful news. The fridge is operational. Passions is having a bad day, but that's because we keep throwing him into liquids. Uh-oh. I thought I disabled that. I did not. Actually, this one already laid an egg, didn't it? Yeah, 177. 8. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I had a sneaking suspicion that one already laid an egg. I don't think this one would actually be able to reach the other one. Yeah, 0.8%, 177 days. No, it would not make it. Okay, well that's fine. Do I use molten liquid uranium as coolant in metal refineries? God, no. It is nuts, but I would never use it. The main issue, obviously, is if it breaks below the temperature when on save and load, it just converts into depleted uranium, and even if you melt it again, it's not useful. It just turns into nuclear waste. So I would not use that. One of the bigger ones that you can use that is actually really useful is, especially if you're really early on, just use naphtha. Naphtha actually can handle it as a coolant because, again, the conductivity is quite low. So the amount of energy that is imparted into it during each process is quite low. And then the amount of specific heat capacity is around water, actually. So it's pretty good. It burns at 3.4. But I would use naphtha over everything else. Which is a bit weird, but It works really, really well. Other ones you can use, obviously, is... Yeah, liquid sulfur is a no-go. Was liquid sulfur... No, that was too low. Yeah. Like, liquid uranium is very good. It's just the second it cools down too much, because steam turbines will try to go below the threshold point. What happens is you get depleted uranium. So, yeah. If you're going to use liquid uranium on a regular basis, you normally need to isolate both boxes. So you actually have to run 2 steam boxes that are interdependent. So one of which is kept above the one, like, I would say above 150. And then it is doored to transfer energy only when it's above 150. And then the rest of the energy is off-shaven for cooling purposes. Also, you don't really want to go above, you know, like, yeah, 1,500 or all your pipes will melt in most cases. I would not recommend using it. It's kind of one of, as I said, it's in a really weird state. So I normally would not use it. At least not as a coolant. Not to mention, you're better off using all of your uranium for, well, I should say, solid uranium. You need to give to your bees, because your bees will process it into enriched uranium with no loss. If it's solid blocks, you're good. Because the only thing you'll lose is if they're digging it. When you get to the point where you can get uranium from space, the centrifuges that they make out of the beta hives is a 1-to-1. The centrifuges that your dupes run is you have 50% loss on top of digging, which is 50% loss. Never dig uranium. If you can help it, never dig uranium. Yeah, you can use supercoolant. Supercoolant works really well for that too. You're going to get a lot of energy out of it. That's the big thing out of supercoolant is the amount of energy it can actually hold. And I will say this. When you get to, I would say, mid-game in every single colony, you will hit the point where you have unlimited supercoolant. Because all it is a gold volcano, space missions, and petroleum. Yes, they do. Auto miners work just like dupes. They lose 50%. If you're trying to save a resource, you have to crush it. So you have to use water to be able to break the tile to make it so that way you don't lose the material. So using like a, what I coined it a little while back was the water blade, where you take brine, salt water, water, and polluted water, and you drop about like 5 kilograms of each into a 4-tile area. And make sure that you add airflow tiles or airlock doors to the other side, and you can compress the water to then break the tile. Yeah, the point of interest is fullerene, which is infinite. That's why I said once you reach mid-game, you get fullerene and it's infinite. So you have infinite supercoolant. You just have to constantly launch rockets, which means you constantly need to be running nuclear. Because nuclear rockets are the fastest back and forth, especially for refilling purposes. They're just the fastest rockets in the game. And also, the fullerene spot will refill at the same rate at which you can get the rocket back and forth, and then you'll still have about 60 cycles before it fully refills again, so that way you can send it a nuclear rocket. There is no point in actually using hydrogen unless you're going to go for a single rocket for the entire game, and you're going to put everyone in it. It's been weird like that for a while. I will say that. And when it comes down to technologies and stuff, hydrogen is unironically kind of useless. Because it's like, oh yeah, you gotta go all the way to the end, and then you realize, oh, well, why am I using hydrogen when nuclear is faster? And you can get from point A to point B faster using nuclear engines. It's like, but you could stack more crap on a hydrogen rocket. It's like, yeah, but I could just make 5 rockets and have 5 more dupes just going around doing stuff. Versus one hydrogen rocket, which actually is slower. which is weird. I don't understand why they decided to make nuclear rockets faster than hydrogen. And that's the one that just... I don't get it. I don't think I'll ever understand that one. It's like, sure, you're firing off a nuclear explosion every time that you're blasting off. And again, the nuclear waste radiation is a lot. So you do have to worry about it. But... I don't get it. That's the one thing in this game that still is just like, that doesn't make that much sense, but I mean, sure, I guess. Yeah, it's just weird. Also, I do want to get... Do I want to dump this? Kinda do. Kinda don't. Here. I'll leave that alone for now. It's disabled. Okay, we need to get more bay moss in there, but we do not want to actually do anything with them. I just need them in the chambers, that way I don't have to worry about them. Move you in there. It's disabled, so we won't instantly naturalize anymore. This guy is actually so old that the reproduction would not make it. Anyway, even if I was to feed him, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't make it. I can add a feeder, though. This is a just-in-case kind of thing. I like them. They're very nice. The old one was a little weird, and sometimes got like glitchy and stuff, but you had to finagle it a lot of the time. Normally you'd have to run 2 of them anyway. And you'd also have to, like, you know, do the critter drop-offs like everywhere, and then just kind of move your critter pickup and drop-off points. I will admit the art is a little weird on them, but it's mostly because all the other structures, like if you notice here, they added a line on this one, whereas all the other structures are just directly facing you. So for some reason these things kind of like slope forward. But that's the only thing that's a little bit weird. Is just no other art in the game does that. It's just the new critter drop off and pick up. So it sticks out like a sore thumb. It's like, that's really weird. Like, that's a weird one. They do line up perfectly for the most part when you put them like this. But yeah, I don't know. I like the usefulness of them, and their utility is great. It's just a little funky how they decided to change the art to it. As far as just a little arrow pointing down, they could have just done an arrow pointing up and made it blue, and that would have worked just the same. It's still been thematically the same. I don't think anything. Yeah, even like the vending machines and everything else. I don't get that one. That one's a weird one. Because I noticed it when I first put them down. I was like, wait, why is it? Why are they slanted? What? I don't know if anyone else noticed it, but it was very odd to me. Okay, we need... Let's see, if it is above negative 25. There we go. Yeah, like every other machine, it just looks right at you. It's weird. That's the only thing that's weird to me. You guys all happy now? For the most part. I do need... Let's put 20 kilograms in there and we'll be good. Actually, to be honest, I only need 1 kilogram to keep them alive. Put it as an 8. 24-minute glassy, 1,750 land rank unlocks. Jeez, I've got so many. Yep. Get that timer down to 1 second. It's possible, by the way. Someone finally did it the other, I think last week. Most people are at like the high, yeah, the high ends are at 3. I believe somebody got 1. It was kind of nuts. So let me ethanol this one. It is. It is. 1 second glassy is actually possible in Eidolon. It's crazy. It is hard. It's very hard to get to it, but it is possible. So yeah, that is a thing, and yes, it's nuts. Yep. Okay, where am I going to put the CO2? Because I need to go that way. That's what I mean. You'll end up getting 1 second. Well, actually, you're going to get like 0.5 seconds because of game ticks on basics. It's nuts. It's incredible what people mathed out in that game recently. Is our deep freeze going? Good, good. What is... There we go. Let's get that wire plugged in. I need to plug this in. And get that in. Yep. It's done. Anything not hydrogen. It's gonna get sent out that way, and we'll finally clean up the excess hydrogen I have been leaking. Which I have been leaking a lot of it. This is fine. Oh man. Okay. That should hopefully allow most of the actual mercury to fall. So that'll be fine. Let's see here. So much hydrogen I need to get rid of. It's not too bad. It's just gonna go straight into a generator. Let's get that installed there. I do need to eventually get access to the coal slush geyser, but I don't have any renewable sand right now. Technically we do because of the salt water, but it's pittance worth of sand because we're technically making table salt, which makes, yeah, it's a tiny amount. Yeah, it's not much. It's kind of a problem, but we can kind of get around it. Oh no, we had ice water. Oh, damn it. The ethanol ended up spilling over. Everything's a vacuum, so that's stupidly frustrating. Assuming a dupe left some water in here, or it had it freeze by accident. I research water. Damn it, dupes. God dang it. Okay, okay. We're gonna make more ice for a little while. Okay, I need that out of there. scoot all that out. I need ethanol here. We'll do sweep only ethanol, so that way we clean that up first. Okay, so that should get that rolling. And I need airlocks. We're going to continue using Cinnabar ore because I just like the look of it. Really nice new resource, even if it is kind of useless. We gotta get the rest of this stuff out of here. Come on, guys. Grab the ethanol. Let's clean this crap up. Okay. Somebody needs to go to the toilet. Jack, why did you go through the doors when you can go over them? Like so. Okay, we got all the ice out. I just need to dump all the ethanol into here. How's the fridge temperature? Stabilizer on 27.1. Okay. I'll hold for now. Everything edible, everything cooking ingredient. Come on. There we go. Okay. This box can finally go. Until I make a killing chamber, and then we gotta redesign it anyway. It's not warm enough for me to put liquid water in here, so that would also not work. Ooh, lime. Let's see. Pacifist, frostproof, animal lover with decorating 7-8. I wish that you had a husbandry, because you have animal lover in there, and that would have been amazing. Ah, man. Now, we have the Idella seeds, which is pretty nice, actually. Marie with cooking 8, super hard digging, uncultured, but anemic. Anemic in this base is suicidal, so no. We may be slowly getting the temperatures on up and slowly building all of our insulated environments. But, yeah, no. Anemic is a no-go. It's actually probably the worst possible idea I could do. Because if your dupes get cold, then they get -5 athletics. And anemic is already -5, so I don't even think they would be able to move. I do have the printing pod as a positive temperature, but only lightly. We're at like 8. It's something, but it's... that would be a bad idea. I'm fairly certain that would be a bad idea. Okay, and I do want to build a killing chamber here instead, because then it's closer to the fridge, so I don't have to move the meat as far. So, I only need 2, actually. And I can add a pneumatic door. There, we need the conveyor loader to drop in. I will need a liquid vent here when we can get it going. And we can finally change this up. Okay. So yeah, we will still have our killing chamber, I just need to scoot it to the left. Passions is still having a bad time, Panda's still having a bad time. do need to fix the bedroom. The bedroom is frozen as all can be. Yeah. Yeah, that needs to get fixed. Sorry, dupes. we'll get around to it. It's fine. I might use liquid tepidizers like I did last time when we did the Absolute Zero challenge, but I lost a wire again. Okay. We can turn that off, and I can separate this. The filter system should be fine now. There's still quite a bit of hydrogen hanging around, but I need to get wires back online. Yeah, we might use a liquid tepidizer just to warm up the bed arrangement and get the pips a logical reason to handle an arboreal acorn tree. I want the pips to live up here. I will probably do geothermal on this side. That way we have unlimited energy and a tiny amount of igneous rock. It won't be much. That should stay as sweet only for now. Let me queue up research. I will need that because we are actually receiving meteorites. Probably actually payload. You know what? No. Steam turbine solar, we'll get the material research later. That's actually the better idea. Yeah, that's the better idea. We gotta get the basis done before we continue with everything else. Actually, I will need to cut all of that there. Oh, there's actually a double. Oh, that's so much power. That's so much power I don't have to worry about. Oh, that's fantastic. I approve. How is our water situation? This bottom was not getting any water. But our research water is refilled again. Hopefully this time the dupes don't leave any ice in there. That would be best. So I would like my water to stay at 10 degrees or warmer, please. Okay, everything else is deep frozen. I need to clear this out. And I will need to take regular water reserves from there. And install from that side. I need to also build an automation to handle the excess water. A range of critters, if they're in level range, you can contribute -1 happiness, which means less productive reproduction. I mean, I don't really care. It doesn't actually impact it at all, in all honesty. You're still going to get the same number of eggs. The only time that you're going to have to worry about the body temperature being an issue is if it kills them, or if you're egg rotating. But if you're egg rotating, that also doesn't really matter because you're just going to hatch more of the critters anyway. So the tiny amount of loss that you get from -1 happiness doesn't really matter. They don't have any critters where -1 happiness cuts their actual reproduction to 10%. So you don't really have to care that much. Actually, you really just don't have to care. To be honest, I normally just pack my guys in and I just make it so that way they never get cramped and I don't care. To be honest, I actually starve most of the other critters besides pips. because there's really no reason to keep anything else around besides pips. Like, you can keep, like, obviously you will want sage hatches because you will want diamond. It's kind of one of those weird catch-22s. I would say out of all of them, grubs, pips, Drecos. Actually, not even Drecos. Drecos you can just pack them into a giant facility and just not care about them. Hatch-wise, regular hatches you have to care about their happiness just a little bit, because then they can get mutant forms and you don't really want that. But if you're running sage hatches, they'll always be sage hatches, so you don't have to care. Because once you get a sage hatch going, they convert pretty much a 1-to-1. And if you're giving them actual food, they get extra. But if you're just giving them, like, polluted dirt, it's literally 1-to-1. So you don't have to care. Like, it's kind of one of those weird things where it's like, I just need them to not die on me. So I normally do a 7-second rotation timer with auto arms. And what you do is you only allow the auto sweeper to run for 4 seconds. And you limit the food size to 1 kilogram. Like so. And what happens is that you really don't have to do that much. Also, I did notice that my other box has been not working this entire time, so hold up. Probably need to clear the cache on this as well. Yeah, chat was not working earlier, and I spent the entire, like, first, I would say, 8 minutes trying to fix it. There we go. Yes, well, you guys ask questions, and giving proper answers on how stuff works for Actually Not Included helps not just you guys, but also anyone on YouTube who ends up seeing these episodes too. So, again, chat takes priority. I really need to get liquid processing up and running. I am bleeding wires. That's not a good thing. Yeah, food-wise, we're just mostly processing all of our pike apples and sleep beets. We're processing our sleep beets, right? No, we are not. Oh, crap. I have 268 things. That would explain. I was like, wait, where's all of my sleep wheat? Where's my buns? I need them. The precious buns. And these guys need the squash plants. Temperature, -25. Okay. I need 3 kilograms. And we need seeds. And I need squash. Some squash seeds. And then we'll take the other pip, because this is actually safe. Need to get rid of all of this and insulate this entire thing. Is that safe? Yes. But yeah, I would say dry feeding shovels, dry feeding sage hatches, possibly these guys, or I don't know what the flux is. Because the fluxes do generate dirt, and they seem to generate dirt slightly more than pips, but pips are way more useful. I don't know. It's weird. These are a weird one, because the energy application for wood production is really good. But their dirt output is okay. Yeah, like 9% growth and for 20 kilograms versus 30%. But obviously, these things grow way fast. Yeah, 20%. But they do grow way faster than the other stuff does. But you just get more out of the trees. Hey, Bastions. Welcome back. I just find pip dirt production infinitely better than these guys so far. But these are wild, but I also wild pip, so I don't know. I'll need to see my numbers later and see how they're doing. Okay, and we can dump plum seeds in there. I need my dupes to open this door, clean out everything in it, and then shut it, and then dismantle it. Dupe, what are you doing? Why are you... Open it from above, buddy. Okay, that one is actually completely empty. There is nothing in there. So deconstruct it once you close it. Thank you, dupe. And make sure all the doors don't have anything in them before I seal them shut. Because otherwise I get stuck behind the natural tile, and that sucks. So always check. Just as a precaution, just check your stuff. Can we mop up the rest of this? We can! Okay, cool. That is good news. I'll sort the fluids in these later. Because it's mostly brine, ethanol, polluted water. I think there's a little mercury in there. Maybe? Nope. Did I already get it? I think we did. Cool. Let me set these to 9. Yeah, welcome back, Passions. Make sure everything else is running. Down to 26.3 from 27.1. Are we leaking energy anywhere? I don't think we are. All this is all heated. That's safe. I think we're good. I think it's just slowly stabilizing the materials. Yeah, it's slowly stabilizing material temperatures. Okay, cool. I need to add a ladder. Oh, not there. I need a ladder here and here, and we need a liquid vent here. And I also need to scoot this here. And we'll have to deconstruct this auto sweeper and scoot it over there. I copy settings over. Because this will be the meat exchange center, so to speak. All of our excess critter that we don't need will go in here. That'll be our food sorted. Settings. Start that, and put that there. We still have our grade hall, we have our laboratory, washrooms, barracks, stable. Okay, cool. Process this. To be honest, I probably should just take this across the top. I'll save on materials. And temperature loss. Dupes, can you guys open that, please? Because I can plant these 3, but I can't plant any more because I need to get these 3 in here. I can only get 3 plants down, so these guys will stay alive. Is there anything in there? No. Anything in there? No. You guys may deconstruct this one. Close that one, and then we deconstruct this. 2 natural tiles. 1 and 2. And get rid of all that. So we do need to actually pump some oxygen in there. How hot is that? -7. Oh, the whole thing will be cooled via the natural tiles. Okay, I need to borrow a pip. Oops. Go all, set that. Move order. Tiles check. I need to... Yeah, I will need to actually add a vent. Yeah, it should be fine. And we'll have to vent this area to prevent temperature transfer. Get all the ice out of here. Sweep it, please, dupes. You get a chance. Pip should be able to plant the plum squash right there. Yep. Okay. It's growing. Who's starving? Proto's starving. He's doing okay. Okay, Pip. Plant the next one there. And we should be good to go. One tamed one might actually survive this because we're giving him 1 kilogram worth of food. Make sure the wildness is at 100%. And that this guy just kind of survives a little bit. Okay, really need to get the ice out of there. Water situation. Okay, that's all stable. Everything's getting isolated, and we're slowly getting all of our temperatures under control. It's just gonna take a bit. I also need to get more mercury. Really badly, actually. Oh, did you get it in? You did! Thank you, Pip. I think that one's safe. Wait and see. Okay. Please, when you guys get a chance, move Pip here. Okay. So hopefully we'll just leave those two in. I doubt it will handle everything. I need to actually get the sleep weed set up, so we'll have to clean this up and then expand sleep weed this way. Gain access to the cool salt slush, or sorry, the cool slush geyser. And then add more farming off to the left here. And incorporate sleet wheat into our farm down here. And that should be totally reasonable after that. Right now I just needed to get some actual stuff down, just so that way these guys can actually eat something and stay alive. That's really about it. They're not actually going to get taken care of or anything. They're just in here so that way I don't have to worry about them dying somewhere else and losing them possibly as a species, which would be very bad. That would absolutely suck. Okay, that door can be removed. That door can be removed. That all needs to go, and that one can be demolished. And the fun part begins where I got to start putting in the oxalate plants. Because we're going to utilize the carbon dioxide geyser for these little guys. I could technically just tank this stuff instead of letting it overpressurize, but I'm pretty sure the oxalate won't actually release. So it should be fine. Just need to wrangle that guy. Because he got himself stuck in the tile while my guys were building. Where to put the CO2? We're not quite up to space yet, so I don't think I can just vent it up. It is an option. Just gotta doubt it's a good one. So not to mention, I need... not a igneous rock. That is a problem. I technically need to do that to protect the dupes from the radiation that's going to be emitted from this. Because this thing needs to be blocked in efficiently. Oh man, that's so much radiation. We'll double stack igneous rock until we get plastic. Now I'll just triple the plastic to block this side for safety concerns. How old are you? 111. You know what? You can get in there too. Okay, we have our little temperature chambers. Really need to get power sorted properly. First, we need to get the mercury to be, well, warm. You know what? I'll do it there. Why not? Let me deconstruct this, repurpose this for putting the hydrogen up here, and allow the oxygen to melt all of the mercury so we don't lose any of it. We're just going to use it for liquid blocks. That's about it. Okay, and I need to move you, and I need to add ethanol down here. Nope, I did forget. Are we out yet? Panda. Actually, we're not doing any more mechatronic stuff right now. I'll probably set this one out for a bit. You need to put an auto sweeper in here. That's about it. Okay, Panda, your priorities for building are negative. Operating is neutral. She's just having a bad day. Sorry, bud. We'll get you sorted, it's fine. Okay, liquid block achieved. That's probably should just leave that running. Ah, it's negative 36 over there. Fuck. I can't put the pip in yet. It's gotta be at least negative 29. If I can get that, we're good. Probably gonna insulate below. Leave that door open. Because the pressure is going to get pretty high in there, so we really do need to attend to it. I'm almost thinking of a triple layer this thing. Any hot rock around here? I do have some point of interest there. Don't know what it is though. Nine priority. Oh, the digging. Dude. I'm going to assume there's a crap load of stuff behind that tile or it just got deleted. I don't know. We'll need to dig 3 tiles down. And ladder there. For safety precautions. Okay, so that's all sorted. Oh, I think the elderly one went down. Yep. I will need to actually add auto sweepers in there. Problem is we don't have enough materials to do this. These guys are really good meat makers. I will say that. They're made of a stupid amount of meat. Hab Panda, probably deal with that. Let's see, what do we got? A slow learner, a yokel, and a yokel. Ah, game. Come on. Randy Random, why? Why are you doing this to me? We have a Devon, ranching 1, supplying 1, building 1, iron gut, green thumb, yokel, a plum squash seed, we're going to take that, a Catalina with decorating 4, supplying 4, green thumb, unpracticed artist, and yokel, and a Marie with doctoring 10, interior decorator, green thumb, and slow learner. Ow, ow, ow. I will never get this game's printing pod sometimes. It's just like, it's not an option, that's just terrible. What do you mean? Oh. Yeah. Move the sleep bit in there, please. Thank you. It's gonna be one of these, isn't it? I hate how Shadow cannot build, so they're having problems. Like, they can dig no problem, but they can't really do the rest. Oh, nice, Cinder. That's good. You got lucky. I do personally think we'll just eject that. Yeah, that happens, dude. That is a normal thing. It's not a good thing. It's just that is a normal thing. Okay, we will use granite for this. I guess we'll just go up. Nice. There you got lucky. That's what matters. Randy Random was with you. Unlike my printing pod. My printing pod is kicking me in the teeth. God damn it. That hurts a bit. Ow. Should probably start preparing to move this door soon. That is pretty funny. Nope. Yeah, too many. Too many there, bud. There's so much snow. Temperature -7. You know what? It's good. Maximize digging. Let's get this thing sorted. I need to get the temperatures in there because I would like to start making oxalite so I don't have to think about it. Get all the Aerovero seeds over here. Also gives me a spot to dump the CO2. At least the spare CO2 anyway. I think we need to branch. Yeah, we'll need a gas filter branch. I want to do it like this and refilter back in, or do I want to CO2 filter out? Yeah, probably CO2 filter out. I don't care about the temperature on this stuff, so it's just going to go in there, and we'll start dumping. This also gives me a lot of iron. Okay, let me just lower that. Okay, Panda's getting into the bathroom. How's our food looking? Pretty good. Turn that off for a bit, and turn that off for a moment. Just that way we can keep working on the meat. Okay, so yeah, our fridge is working perfectly fine. It's exactly as I was needing it. I need to get a cooling loop going soon. I really don't want to run this thing with just the iron, but there's a time and a place sometimes, and you're kind of just screwed, so it's like, make do with what we've got. We're just going to have to kind of Hail Mary some of this stuff. Which is fine. It's totally viable to do so. Okay. Gonna clean that up. Get that built. This built. This needs to be carbon dioxide. Separate these two. Iron Castle Skull 1, Cattle Armor for everyone, better tools. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is definitely the checklist. Go through it in that order and you'll be fine. Like right now we're just trying to get our fridge online and get liquid metal processing done, and then we can start fully ironing out all of our temperature controls. And we're good. 31, 9 more to go. Nice. Good luck, Shadow. Do we have any more meat laying around, or did we already process? Oh, we almost processed all of it. Just a little bit more to go. Reinstate skewers. So we need to get those done too. Ladders in there. Of course we're going to mess with the geovent. We're going to pop it open soon. I just got to get the room sealed in properly. And I also need to get the plants in. Because the plants actually need to come first, because this will be outputting too cold. It'll be negative 55. Nice. Okay, that's that one sorted. I gotta get the temperature to negative 29, and then I can move a pip in and we can start planting stuff. I also need to make some natural tiles, I think. Probably just use the iron. Yep, CO2 geyser. One of the more interesting ones because of this thing. Notice the requirement for ice. You can mostly ignore it, because if you just naturally plant it, you're good to go. Yeah, the Alveo veras, if I pronounced that correctly. They make oxalate from CO2. And this thing outputs enough temperature that I don't actually have to care. So I just need to get them naturally planted. I'll probably even leave in the ice because it's going to be cold enough that it won't really matter. I do need to ladder. What was the hardness on this one? It's only 25. I can handle it. Okay. We need ladder network here. I do not want the pips planting anything down here yet. Quote unquote yet. just need to start cleaning all of that up. Deconstruct this door so we have our natural tiles. And I need to add a gas vent. Probably filter out any CO2 that gets compressed as well. Okay, we'll get all that nice and sorted. Yes, roughly. Based on what you've listed. Yeah, so we'll be making a bunch of oxalate. I definitely need to be cleaning up the system here. That means I need to separate this and this. I could probably refilter this one. Oh no, it's gonna be a little bit derpy for a moment. There we go. Okay. Should hopefully sort out the excess CO2. We'll resort this one in here for O2 and clean out the entire thing. So you get the CO2 out of there. You get the CO2 out of here. That's bridge. I need to flip that. Oops, please get rid of that. We're gonna swap it around. Oh, so close. As I said, we gotta get the temperature up in here, and then we can actually plant everything, and then pop this stupid thing. Do I need to worry about any other temperatures? A little bit. It's probably best if we clean this up. That's the edge of the map. I don't know what this is. So we'll have to figure out what that is eventually. It's on the list. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. It's almost in line. Almost. I don't want to poke this one and that one. 35 dash of salt vines, and I geotuned my chlorine vent. Nice. Did you set up the system that I was using before to handle the liquid phosphorus requirements? If that one does require it? Or did you just kind of Hail Mary it and hope? 5 geotuners for a chlorine vent. Oh my god. Oh god. That's a little overkill, but on the other hand, for 35, yeah, that sounds about right. Did you naturally plant them, or did you just do them, did you actually tend to them? Yeah. That's where you gotta be running, desalinators, or you vaporize, brine. You're either going to need to build the radiator that I built in the last series to be able to handle it, or just a metric crapload of desalinators. Either one. Personally, I would say just vaporize it. You get slightly more salt out of it over the desalinators. So, yeah, building a giant radiator is normally the better option. But obviously that takes a lot of time, duplicate effort, and a lot of cycles. Also a lot of energy. But, I mean, if you get something like this, Use this. This is free energy. You just got to get the tech level to be able to, you know, acquire it. Tame. Alright, you are the tame one. What the other one was then? What if the other one just froze to death while we were moving him? As one of them got stuck down here. Oh, overloading the wire. Just a little. Let me reorganize this. Separate it there. Vent this. And reconnect this one using a bridge. We'll get our temperature locks between everything sealed so we stop losing heat or cold. Are domesticated, they absorb both chlorine and wild. Yes, I know. It's just that if you end up utilizing it through wild, if I remember correctly, it uses less chlorine over time. So you don't need as much. Oxalate 100 kilograms versus Liera with Doctoring 3, Operating 3, Aesthetic Designs Unconstructive. Why? This run has been pain for artists. As a 3D modeler myself, this hurts. It's like, oh yes, I can finally do operating, which means I might be a mechatronics engineer. Oh, I also know how to do aesthetic design. Great, we can build all the paintings and unconstructive. Cannot do building errands. At all. Oh my goodness, Liera, what happened? It's terrible. It's actually terrible. Oh, game, no. Randy Random, why? Why did you kick Liera in the face? That's just wrong. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. This is not the first time this has happened. This won't be the last. Ouch. Okay, we have a Rowan with Doctoring 3, Supplying 3, Mechatronics Engineer, fantastic, Small Bladder, fantastic, Interior Decorator, fantastic. I know, poor Liera got absolutely just whacked across the face. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, we're going to take Rowan. I'm going to say that bluntly. Small Bladder is a fantastic negative. He actually generates more water than he actually consumes. And he's got Supplying, Doctoring, and Mechatronics Engineer, so I can pretty much just shove him in the suit and he's good to go. I will need to give him Building, though. We also have a Mio with Building 9, Grease Monkey, and Unpracticed Artist, but we're definitely taking Rowan. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, you know, absolute reverse Uno right there. Okay, let's get Skydex in. They subscribed 4 days ago. You're on Twitch. Bye, Skydex. Welcome to the base, bud. Let's designate all of your stuff. I need to get you a hat. Actually, you just get a Mechatronics hat because you are the Mechatronics engineer. You and Passions. We already have athletics, so we can pretty much just go straight into construction. And scheduling wise, let me shove you on night team, actually. I also need to move Shark Reaper back onto day team. And Proto needs to go back on night team as well. There we go. Okay, everybody is sorted. And Skydex gets the nice lit up bed. I gotta get all the bedrooms resorted though. Also, now Panda can just kind of hang out in base and not really care. Now we have another mechatronics engineer. And this will be a dedicated mechatronics engineer. Which is very good, actually. Clean up. Actually, I can just leave most of this. That I can't. Sweep the seeds up a bit. Okay, so let's see here. We'll need to insulate this tile, but that's about it. How to warm this up. How to warm this up without causing problems. Feeding your living tree and getting resin? Yep. Yeah, automating the process to feed the Experiment 52B definitely takes a while. Oh, did they move him? Nope, nope, there he is. I do like Experiment 52B. It's just really tedious to get him set up. Not to mention, to be honest, I really should. Obviously, last playthrough, we had different objectives. This playthrough, it's mostly just a relaxed playthrough to try out most of the stuff with the DLC and just kind of have fun. So, this will be a very long playthrough, as per normal. But, yeah, I'm probably going to do vacuum bases, so that way I don't have to worry about the lag. And Experiment 52B is probably going to be one of the few planets that we actually base on. But we're probably going to use satellite rockets with signal transfers to automate feeding him. Because last time I just kind of threw plant material at him and let him eat all the stuff he needed and then shot the resin off automatically. Without actually, you know, I didn't really pay that much attention to the amount of mass I was sending on a regular basis, which kind of felt odd. But the tree can handle it. It's just I feel like I should probably automate the weight system, but that kind of requires utilizing satellite rockets, so I'm like, maybe. It's one of those weird ones where I'm like, possibly, yes, maybe, I don't know. They're tedious to operate, so we'll have to wait and see. I might just do it as a proof of concept, because I've only ever done it once in testing. I never actually did it in the official playthroughs. I need a digger who can build so this stops being such a problem. They just won't queue. Oh, Skydex, where are you going? No. Buddy. I need to adjust your priorities. You are not to actually help build right now. Your main goal is to stay in the base and operate. He is so slow. I'm so sorry. Do not help with researching. Do not help with cooking. Do not tidy right now. Rocketry is a no-go. Doctoring is a no-go. Toggling, sure. Life support, yes. Attacking, no. Okay, so he should just get on wheels, get his athletics up, and then he can also jump his way to wood heaters, and we'll be able to survive this a little bit better. Alright, let's get the bedroom made. Let's dig up the rest of this. Yeah, sorry guys. I'll try to get the heater going. I don't want to get light near you though, that's the problem. That is such a massive radius, there's no way. I guess we'll just use space heaters and cross our fingers? I could actually use a liquid temperizer and get the temperature up in here, utilizing mercury. God, this is going to be a weird build. Yeah, no, we can totally do that. Okay, hold up. So do I want to put it on the roof? Kind of want to put it on the roof, just that way I can share it with the pips. Pips need 96. So it's there. So check. Oh, 92. Misplaced. Hold up. And the liquid temperizer. And we fit it. Ah, it's gonna melt. Shit. Let me scoot this. Yep. Yeah, I saw that. It was a nice change. Okay, so we need insulated tile, insulated tile. Use 2 metal tiles. One here, one here. And I need a signal switch. I need a temperature switch. With a thermal sensor. And a very tiny wire. And we'll share the temperature between the pips and the residencies. Maybe. I could see it being in Barren, being very useful in Barren, but personally, I never had an issue with cooling up the oases. So, I don't know. That's one of those weird ones. Like Barrens, I could see it because you're going to be so limited on water, it would probably be a good idea to do so. Is you can probably do some... There's a bit of finagly stuff you can do with water, ice, and snow to generate more water. So we need to insert this. We're going to have to pour mercury in there. Well, we're just gonna make a mercury heater real quickly. All you do is research insulated tiles as quickly as possible. Does not actually take that long. Where was it? You can rush an electrolyzer, and you can rush that, and then you can use aluminum. Yeah, you need the Atmos sensor. You need thermal sensor. and the aqua tuner, and you can just rush a cooling solution really easily. It does not take much effort. It's the same thing that we did here, actually, is we just rushed our sputum. Because once you rush the sputum, you pretty much have limitless ability to control your temperatures. Because, again, you can now inject heat into wherever you want, and then all you have to do is get to a thermal aqua tuner point, and then inject cooling. And you can just do this with you can actually do this with gold amalgam, which you're probably going to have a lot of. You can also do it with aluminum, and you can also, which, again, if you're in Oases, you have a lot of aluminum. So you can really cheese your way through a lot of it without much issue. The only thing is you cannot run this thing 24/7. You just have to run it in spurts. Make sure you have a lot of water down here and spurts, and you're good to go. Once you can upgrade this to steel, like, what is it, 7 uses of steel? 7 or 8? It was 8, right? Isn't it? 1,200. Yes, you'll need 12 runs of this. And then you're good to go. So about, what, 6 cycles? Because you can, if you're really desperate, you can run a metal refinery with water. Regular water. Like regular ass 30-degree water. You run it twice a cycle. And you do that for 6 cycles. And you have enough for a steel aqua tuner. And also, Oasis temperature does not get bad until about cycle 80. So if you have time, you'll be fine. Because you can pretty much rush metal refinery, and the fastest I ever rushed it was like 23 cycles. But I had 2 researchers with me when we got lucky with the second researcher, so it just made it like stupid fast. So it was very easy to get to that. The other thing is if you're on Oases, you have pips. So, there's that. And pips solve all problems, because pips are great. I need my dupes to move crap. Anything else organic they need to get rid of? Mostly need this stuff cleaned up. Run that again. Yes, it does. That's why you normally want to go for a brine one. Like, saltwater geyser is great, but if you really are going for salt, you want brine. You can actually convert, obviously, salt water into brine, and then you'll actually get more salt out of it if you lower the temperature. As you can see. You will end up getting a little bit of brine out of it, and ice. Hey, Aster. It used to be more efficient before they changed it because of the update. Because before it was just 1-to-1, and you would not actually lose any mass. But obviously, now there is a bit of loss because it's just converting it to water. You can then convert it to brine, then process the brine, because then the brine will actually, yeah. You can off-gas it to 300. Oh, dang. Aster with the primer. Oh, no. Is my alerts not working? No. Hold up. That's bullshit. One moment. I need to fix that. Why is my alerts not working? Did the cache break again? Let's go bonk that real quick. I shall punch it in the face until it works. Go, cache has been reset. Send a damn alert. It's frustrating. You know how it works. That's bullshit that did not actually go off. Oh, that'll work. It fucked up anyway, so don't care. And my alert is still there and still working. What's going on with it? I think something broke pretty badly. Yeah, it's all working. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, well, I think that's just the alert box broke tonight. I know there was some sort of webhook error or something along those lines that was causing issues. But there you go, Aster. And again, thank you for the primes, dude. And welcome back. Thank you very much. Oh no, we're running out of pressure. How are you running out of pressure? Nobody's going in there. Mild confusion. So I need to get rid of that. I need to plug this one in. I'm totally gonna lose another wire, and I know it. It's like, we don't have liquid processing. I could probably rush it, but I really don't want to. We could do it. Okay, that's it there. Let me seal that in. Temperatures are still pretty bad in there. You just sweep everything out of there. Sorry, Shadow. I've got you doing a very shit job right now. Are they consuming gas? No. Huh. I think my dupes are walking in there without actually realizing it. And it's causing minor problems. That is completely sealed in there. Let me shove some O2 in there as well. I don't want the pressure to be completely crap. And let's grab the new principles. What do we got? Aluminum ore. We have Frankie with supplying, doctoring, digging. 212. Iron Gut, unempathetic. Unempathetic as a doctor. Ouch. Right now it is skewers and sleet wheat. And then meat if anything dies. We have Harold with suit wearing 2, doctoring 1, tidying 1, innately stylish, germ resistant, irritable bowels, which means slower bathroom speed instead of small bladder. Not the good one. And then an Abe with suit wearing, with iron gut, squeamish, so no doctoring, irritable bowels, slow bathroom usage, and undigging, decreased excavation. Ouch. Abe, you got the short end of the stick, bud. That's 3 negatives for, well, 11 athletics, I guess. Hey, that's something, you know? It counts. It does count. It's just, I guess when he's running around all over the place, he has to go to the bathroom for longer. Ouch. We'll take the aluminum ore. That is pretty funny, though. Nope, there's our wire torching itself again. Yeah, I need to get metal, like, refining online soon. And I need to automate the water disposal. I also need to heat up all this mercury. Yeah, not to 1,000 degrees, but at least warm it up. Let me get this vent in that I was planning on doing earlier. have so many crappy wires around the base. We have a little bit of uranium, but we're not going to mine that. We do have aluminum down here. Plus a spare pip, in case anything happens. There's some basic copper. Ooh, we do have a critter fluxomatic. Yay, it does exist. I was wondering where it was. I discovered an experiment designed to analyze the evolutionary dynamics of a critter mutation. Once it's gathered up data, it can prove extremely useful to for genetic manipulation. Oop. Right now, I don't need to mutate anything, but that is a very nice find. Still gotta... I need to torch these. These must die. They must die a very painful and incendiary death. And to be composted into a pile of shit in space as far away from the base as possible. Also need to reach the polluted water there. I don't know what we'll use the polluted water for, but I'll figure something out. Okay, cool. So we have sweep all of that up. I need mercury here. And we need to clean out... Just need you guys to make that. So we're at 3,056 kilocalories of frost buns. 67,102 pike apples. And 79k and skewers. Okay, good. Oh, one sec. Dust. Yeah. Ugh. And clean that up. Yeah, we need to get rid of the hydrogen so that way we can allow the warm oxygen to come into contact with the mercury, warm this stuff up, and melt it all. And then we can just take it and shove it into our liquid locks. And hopefully it'll all work out. And we're going to sever that, so that way we don't have any more injection at temperature. Make sure nothing else is sending anything in. Do need to scoot this ice out of here, though. Oh? What'd you get? What's the good news? Finally got lucky. Okay. Did you get one of your shards? One of the Archon shards that you needed? Told Red for 1k plat. Ooh, that's also good. That's always a good feeling. Every time, that's a good one. I need duties. And there we go. Yep. Sometimes it takes a very long time to get a perfect one. Ribbons can be infuriating. 37.5 tons of phosphorite, so we're still good on that front for now. I'm trying, game, okay? We're keep having overloads because we're having to microtize our power grid here. Almost out of... Okay. We are very close. I'm just going to sever that for now. And dig up the rest. And I probably need to shove solid mercury where it really shouldn't go, but pretty sure I need to shove it there. How good of a coolant are you? Not really. I feel like this is going to be a really, really dumb idea. Because I was thinking about using liquid mercury for our metal refineries. Because it technically can handle the heat. I just don't know if it truly can or not. That's the real problem. And I need an automatic dispenser here. Oh. It's slightly melting. Just a little bit. I have a tiny amount of mercury. just a little bit. Is it under liquefiable? No. Should just be metal. It should be refined metal, shouldn't it? Yes. Okay. Let's just dump all of our mercury into this little container. We're going to use a liquid tepidizer, manually charge this thing, and use this for our base heating. And when a green signal, if it is below... Let's go 20 degrees. I will need to insulate freaking everything, but I'm pretty sure we've already done most of that. That's all empty, empty, empty. Okay. $33D, welcome. Nectar might be better, and renewable for coolant is better than polluted water. I was thinking that, but on the other hand, we're doing it from metal refinery, and polluted water just loves to explode after 3 uses in a single cycle. Whereas mercury can pretty much handle itself all the way up to 300 degrees, because you get 356.8. I'm not completely certain if Nectar would be able to handle it or not. Because again, we're using this for actual refining. So, I don't even need renewable. I just need enough of it. You don't lose any in the refining process. I'm just wondering if the thermal heat capacity is actually enough. That's really the bigger issue. Because it is thermally reactive. Which is good. Because that means it'll transfer its energy very easily into steam and actual... warm our chamber pretty easily. And I'm not completely certain it will survive. I'll have to do some test runs and keep them low. And see what the output temperature is. I kinda doubt that Nectar can survive this. Well, I should say batch amounts. Obviously, any liquid in this game can be used as a actual metal refinery coolant. Even ethanol can be used, which is concerning, but yeah, only 160. That's a very high specific heat capacity. I don't know if this would survive it. It's only 160. It's possible. I feel like that thermal conductivity to the specific heat capacity might be too high. The output when doing steel might end up causing it to explode after 6 uses. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, for heating rooms and liquid locks, I could see it. The only reason being is as I said, like, the material actual value is pretty good. I mean, you got 356.8. And it's going to be 70 kilograms. Yeah, I think it can do it. I will need to upgrade to a steel thermal aqua tuner really quickly, though. Once we get everything moving. I need to pop this corner to get the CO2 out. And probably the middle, too. Yep. And just keep the mercury there. Probably the same option there. So yeah, we need to just fill our little heater here. Just my little favorite Lego design, brick by brick. You know what? That's fair. That's pretty accurate, yes. And we'll build our little heaters that we've done before. It's nice to see, though, that we do have a new resource we can use. I'm just glad that mercury is not toxic to the dupes. That's about it. That's the one benefit I will give it. It's like, hooray! They're made of genetic ooze. This is no bearing on them whatsoever. Great success. We'll need to just dig across. Eventually I will need to actually get a naturally planted bonbon set up. And I might shove a solar panel in here once in a while. Wondering if you can do a solar panel with 2 bonbon trees on each side. With 3 shine bugs and 5 of the seals, probably. Microing that's going to be a pain in the ass, though. Doable, but definitely annoying. But you could probably incorporate a shinebug reactor into the system. I don't really want to do a shinebug reactor if I don't have everyone capable of handling the radiation if I can't insulate it. Oh, somebody's having a bad time. Agents, you doing it again? You're doing it again. Dang it, Passions. Alright, there you go. They're all good. I need to get my sleet wheat set up soon. Because I would like to stop using like apple brushes and just get all straight over to sleep. Wait. How many seeds do we even have? Our cook's running rampant. We're at 19, and we have plenty. Did I actually enable that one? I did. My dupes just haven't gotten around to it yet. Don't want to do that tree yet. Okay, let's see. It's about to melt. A lot of mercury, actually. CO2? It is CO2. Hey, another saltwater geyser. God damn it. Another one? Okay. I'm gonna have to insulate that one. Actually, we need better equipment before we can even do that. The pump will explode. Like, good thing we're about to rush steel, so it's not that big of a deal. Let's see. I will need... Probably actually have to cut... Yeah, we'll have to probably cut the heavy wet wire for a bit. Just that way we can get our mercury into our metal refinery and give this a try. As we need to do 12 in total for our thermal aqua tuner. And then we need 2 for liquid pump? No, 4 for liquid pump. And we can tap this thing and we can start injecting heat around the base and I can stop freezing everyone's asses. Because everybody is cold. It's not, you know, negative 32 anymore, but it's still pretty bad. We also need to sort our power situation. It's not much. It's something, but it's not much. This probably should start opening up the rest of this. We have plenty of water. That's plenty. How much research water do we need? A little bit more. See, we're going to be using a lot of actual mercury. I don't really want to dig it, so let's just melt it so we don't lose any mass. And tile. That should be able to fill up the metal refinery. Power-wise, I will have to rejig a bunch of stuff. We're gonna be using dupe power for this for a little bit, so that way I can reduce the chance of something exploding. Come on, man. Dupe does not want to... Dang it. I had hope. Yeah, well. We need to connect this to this. And this needs to branch. There. This will be our food killing chamber for critters that we don't need. I need to build I actually need to build an incubator room. I think we'll build it above the kitchen. I could actually incorporate it next. Well, let me think about this. If I incorporate it here, we could put the rec room and a small nursery here, and then a bigger nursery on top. Yeah, that would probably work best. I mean, they're going to have to go to the fridge anyway, so sending them through the rec room, which we could also probably do a nature reserve. Actually, no, I won't be able to do the nature reserve for right now because none of the plants will survive. It's too cold. I think we'll have to ignore that for a bit. I'll have to hold off on that for now. But I could do a rec room, like, roughly about here. Incorporate, this is the killing chamber, a small rec room here, 2 incubators here, 7 up top. Probably. Probably going to be about 7. I have nothing to use the hot tub with, though. Sadly, I don't think I can fit... Well, I can fit it in, but it's not going to survive the temperatures. Which is still mildly annoying. I'll just have the hot tub sitting there for now as our marker. I will need to move the wheels out of the way, put a party line phone in here, some decor, and that'll eventually give us a rec room. Needs to be 12 wide. Yeah, that's fine. Eventually we'll get some canvas. That should work out perfectly reasonably. Okay, let's see what else. I need to just warm everything up. Wood heater, go! I find it really dumb how good the wood heater actually is. Yeah, the last playthrough that I did for YouTube, I'm still working on the time-lapse for it, but the main goal was to get a working hot tub on every single planet. We almost did it, until the game got hotfixed in February. It was around, it was like early February, late January, we got a hotfix, and it just destroyed the performance of the game. It was mostly when it was a change to mixed gases that caused some major performance issues. So I eventually had to abandon that prospect because of that. It was just impossible to continue. We got everything else done, but we missed out on putting a base everywhere, and we also missed out on GMOK because that was just going to take too long. And obviously, getting hot tub everywhere working with 1 dupe on every planet. Oh, we also missed Carnivore, but that was because we got a bad map seed. I don't re-roll for map seeds. Once we start, we start. And I always do a random start, and then just pick through all the random rolls that we get. But, yeah, it was definitely fun to get a working hot tub everywhere, because the biggest issue is not water. It's not even, like, maintaining water across the entire known, like, civilized space. It's bleachstone. And the fun thing was the bleachstone device didn't even exist when we started. It only came in near the end, actually. This is Frosty Lab. This is the Frosty Planets. Series minor cluster. Every Frosty Planet starts on series, so you'll always get a Winter Rain, and the name of the planet will always be series. Because that's the starting type. Right. Your planet will be named something along the lines of Winter. Bam. As you can see in the title of the stream, ONI DLC. Yeah, the hot tubs need bleach stone. That's the biggest problem with them. That was actually really the biggest problem with the dang things. Is they gotta clean it every time. Which makes it really, really, really hard. Yeah, I could see that. You would still eventually end up getting minerals from space, so I don't really think the lab one changes much. I've already done a absolute zero playthrough, and that one was brutal. This was very easy in comparison. When everything freezes and dies instantaneously and you have no plants, creatures, or otherwise, it is a very, very different game. I'm so glad that they actually added creatures that can survive these kinds of temperatures. Also, did they change the hot tub? Because originally it required it. Let's see. Thing, output. Because you needed to clean the hot tub. Did they finally change the hot tub so it doesn't fucking suck? Or is it just actually listed in there and it's just not actually showing it right now? Because they did give it frost resistance. Which is new. Did they finally make them not suck? Because that was one of the hardest things I had to deal with, because we needed a machine that didn't exist when we started. It should be refinement, I think. Yeah. The Bleachstone Hopper came into the game, what, last year? We had already been going for a year? Yeah, uses salt with gold. This was one of the few things that made one of my hot tubs run. But the rest of them, I was actually exporting bleachstone from Squeaky Puffs all over the entire game. Like, everywhere that we had a chlorine vent, we were Squeaky Puffing it. It was the only way to do it. But I'm gonna hope that I don't need to worry about bleachstone, but we'll find out. Because that was infuriating. Because it's like, okay, cool, let's put a hot tub on every planet. Okay, how many planets have chlorine vents? Not that many. Fuck. If they removed it, that's infinitely easier. Unless they only removed it for the Frosty DLC, because there's not really that much bleachstone that you get. You have a little bit. But I think getting Squeaky Pups is going to be a little ways off. Getting Pups in general is probably a little ways off. That's good to know. They finally buffed the hot tub. After 3 years of me doing an entire well, 2.5 years of me doing an entire playthrough while suffering through the process of dealing with it. That's fucking fantastic. I approve. Ooh, dry seeds. Now we have a Devon with digging 2, supplying 1, cooking 3. Green thumb, caregiver, critter aversion, irritable pass. Ouch. 3 Drea seeds, 3 Idilia seeds, and a Freya with tidying 1, building 2, operating 1, frostproof, and irritable bowels. Again, not the good negative. We'll take the Joya seeds. They can handle negative 0. What was it? -1? Or was it 0? Nope. you guys handle? 0 to 100. Actually pretty good. I can actually plant those in my center base right now. But only barely. Only barely. We are slowly getting mercury. I could probably just throw down a ton of wood burners over here and just let them go. I think the rest of these guys will be fine. I just need to warm this stuff up so it melts. Need to run this bottom, and I do need to actually separate this and this. Brag wax and transit tubes and bracken to feed my critters. Yeah, I could see that. I'm still not really, like, bracken is a weird one. His bragwax for transit tubes is fantastic, but bracken is, in general, was just a really awkward resource to obtain. Because it's like, this stuff, pretty nice. Like, actually extremely useful for the plastism, and it's just really, really good. Bracken, on the other hand, is kind of jank. Just kind of. I wish gassy moves weren't so laggy. I think that's really the big problem. What temperature is the brine? It's coming out at 10, negative 10, and we're just heating it on up to 15. Once you can get it to 15 as a liquid tepidizer, you're good to go. Just make sure to insulate everything. Just igneous rocks insulation will work. Also, I do need to separate that. It could. The temperature output is going well. It's just there's a lot of mass material between everything, so it would take a while. Also, seeing we are converting it into oxygen, the temperature output is much less. So, we're actually just better off just mashing wood heaters in here and then deleting them when we're done. I could probably just do this. I have enough wood being generated. And we could probably just go ham and be done with this in like 2 cycles. I also need to keep the temperature from on that side away from the rest of the base. And separate that. Okay, I should just jumpstart the system, so I don't need to think about it. Oh no! We have a solid chunk of mercury. Damn it. Come on, warm up, you. Come on, just a little more. A little more. Come on. I hate how it takes +2, -2 for it to state change. It's so frustrating sometimes. God dang it, Mercury. Fine. What were the chance on that? Just need to jumpstart the system a little bit. Okay, batteries are all nice and charged again, so we're all good. We're slowly cleaning this place out. Actually, probably should just... need some dupes to actually store all the seeds. Yeah, screw it. Let's put all of them over there. They're just gonna go in the box, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, why not? need oxalate for anything, we'll just shove them in there. Mercury, we've got a little bit. It's actually cooling it down. What's cooling you down? Ah, the oxygen's too cold. Well, kind of. Let's just like that. How's our liquid reservoir looking? Well, our toilets are starting to fill. I will need to add a second tank, and then I will need to automate some things on it to fix it up. How's the fridge doing? Everything's in deep freeze. Negative 23.2, and that should be fine. Okay. Separated, so we're good. Maybe some mercury over here. Ah, that hurts. Yeah, well. Rather than letting the rest of it freeze up on me. Fill the wood burners. Go, dupes. Go. Just gonna speed it up. Need to collect the rest of that. Everyone gets trapped again. Come on, guys. Fill the wood burners. Poor Isometrics. He's stuck in an infinite cleanup loop. Yep, it is an infinite cleanup loop. There we go. Yeah, that works. Just throw wood burners at it. Heat the entire zone. There we go. What's the temperature over here? I got one of them was warning about heat, but I'm like, bruh, it's like -8. Like, what do you mean? Yeah. Just throw wood heaters on it. If you need to warm anything up, just wood heater the hell out of it. Problem solved. It's so stupid and fun at the same point. No, industrial saunas are really easy. And the main thing is if you're running, like if you're doing it on an oil well planet, it's super easy because normally one oil well can handle what, like 1.6 to 1.4 of a generator, and that generator will output enough polluted water and CO2 to pretty much self-heat itself indefinitely. So you just shove a bunch of those in there and then just start processing everything. If you're running with a petroleum boiler, then you really don't have to care because the amount of energy that you're generating will instantly flash the polluted water into steam. And then the steam will always end up settling on top of the CO2. And you just make sure that you've got, it's about like, what, 8 tiles roughly between the steam and the ground. If you're going to do a large scale one, it's what, about let's say like a 16 by 19. And then up here is going to be about steam level, and then down there is going to be mostly CO2. It's like a 2/3. I make liquid vent, not overpressure. You put a little bit of an actual dollop on it. So you can put a tiny amount of a fluid. Here, I can just show you real quick. Take a couple airflow tiles. Boom, boom, boom. I don't have any plastic at the moment. And you can put a tiny amount of fluid on top of this, and it will not overpressure. Just know that you may end up getting a vacuum on either of these. This works for the liquid vent as well. Well, actually, with the liquid vent, it's even easier, because what you can do is you can do a liquid vent like this. You can put 200 of a liquid on top of the liquid that you want to hypercompress. If you want to do something like this. So you could end up doing a hypercompression chamber, and then what you do is that you have your primary fluid here, and your compression fluid here. Could be anything that is not the fluid that you want moved, and then you're technically going to be teleporting the material. So the weird thing with this setup is the fluid that you want to use for hypercompression will stay here, and then the one that you're going to be transporting outside of this will be the one below. When this stuff starts pouring out, it will teleport to this tile, if this is full, and it will go that away. And it will just automatically teleport that direction without actually affecting this tile. Yeah, you can do this setup in anything. It's how you do the nuclear waste like hyper compression chamber. It's how you can do any of them. Is you're technically just teleporting it sideways. But when it comes down to doing something for a steam chamber, I normally just output the actual steam into other things. Because you're going to be producing so much that you don't even really want to hyper compress it, you just want to use it. Because again, you can always just set it on up to utilize everything below 20,000 kilograms. Because that's the limit of the Atmos sensor. Because this goes to 20,000. So, 20,000 kilograms. So if you end up setting it on up, you would want... So we've got time. You would want 20,000 set on that. You would want a OR gate in case you want to manually release it. You want a switch. And you probably want a... Yeah, you want a filter. And that way, when you're outputting the liquids and you're getting converted into steam, you can set this on up to be operating on a vent. So if the pressure is over 20,000 for, say, 25 seconds. If it's, you set this for 20,000, you set this for 25 seconds. If this stays green for over 25 seconds, this will turn on the air vent, and this will take the excess steam and spew it out into space, or wherever you're going to use it. Because you can always repurpose the steam that you're producing in a actual steam generator and just use it like a geothermal plant. Because again, if you're running an industrial brick, you're going to be generating a lot of excess steam, and your slicksters will be draining all of your CO2. So the only thing you got to worry about when you're working with molten slicksters and regular slicksters is the steam, not the CO2. So I'm going to lower the priority on these. I think it's enough mercury that we should be okay for a little while. But yeah, industrial bricks are a little bit finicky on that front, but it's really just put your steam vents high up so that way you can get the steam out and let your slicksters handle the CO2. Then use the steam however you wish. If you wish to use it for, as I said, for geothermal power, then slap it into a chamber that has a bunch of steam turbines on it. You can also just vent it into space if you need to. If you need to use it to preheat something like sulfur, then you can use the excess steam from your industrial brick to heat sulfur. You can also use it for phosphorus. I would normally not recommend using it for phosphorus because if you're using it to create pure phosphorus, normally you would want a more controlled environment than steam. So hydrogen obviously works best for that. Well, I should say hydrogen, magma, and then supercoolant on the cooling side to do that, because you have to flash it on up to about 400 degrees, and then you have to bring it back down to about 20 degrees to be able to get proper refined phosphorus for geotuning. So you're better off just hitting it with as much heat as possible and hitting it with as much cooling on the other end as possible, and just letting it condense in the middle. How much light is that? I'm interested. 2025. Well lit. Okay, cool. Sorry, Isometrics. You're kind of getting the short end of the stick of cleanup duty today. Alright, 264. Actually, I need to put some wires to this. Mercury is completely useless on that front. And we will need one more manual generator. Three manual generators, and I will need to dig this up. Gun temperature, yes. We're just gonna dupe power our heater real quick. Like, don't mind me, we're just dupe powering it. It's fine. We can skip the rest of that. We've almost melted all the mercury. Almost. Five of those. I'll put one battery to it, just that way we can keep the heater going for a little while. Because I want to get their bedrooms up to reasonable temperatures and save the pips from having their cold warnings. They're not dying because, well, it's not negative 30 anymore, but I don't like my pips having cold warnings. It's like, let's fix that. Fossil. Still can't believe we have yet another saltwater geyser. That's good energy though. 95 degrees right there. I was having them wake up earlier when I tried it. Also, the light from my glow stick dupe is actually slightly less than the light from the combined force of these to be able to keep it going. Is yeah. running two in the bedrooms, I have to kind of space them out. So I'd have to scoot the beds over a bit. Because I can put one here and here. I think there would be not enough overlap for heating. Yeah, there wouldn't be. I'd have to scoot all the beds around. It's easier just to make a nuclear, well, a nuclear solution and just not care. I do have meteor showers on. It's just we haven't had a meteor shower in a while, which is weird. Kind of surprised. I was expecting it. They've been getting light issues. The threshold was 250 light. Or sorry, 250 lumens. Hence why I do have, as I said, my glow stick dupe is on the corner. No. There's no point to use a meteor blaster. Meteor blaster actually wastes resources. There's no reason to use it. It was actually one of the dumbest things I think that they added to the game. It's cool, but it It's for showboating. It's not actually for usefulness. Is your best option if you're going to be dealing with meteorites. Is you just don't even give it any fucks about the blaster at all because it's completely useless. But you use the bunker doors and you just make a bunch of Cs. The old C block technique is you can set it on up with space scanners to look for meteorites when they're approaching. They'll give you enough advance warning if you've covered the entire roof of the asteroid. All your bunker doors will shut. And you make sure that you have 3 tiles away from the top of the map. And when the meteor shower is over, all of your doors will open. The regolith and other materials will fall down. They will land on your C blocks. The C blocks are technically a very simplistic auto miner setup. It's just a C shape. They look like this with airflow tiles. You have 1 radiant pipe right here. Everything else is regular pipe because they're in space. And you have the auto miner just kind of sitting right here, mining away. And you put a small blob of petroleum right there, or naphtha, or anything else. You could probably actually use mercury if you really wanted to. And this is your cooling loop. And again, this will be in a vacuum, but this is your cooling loop. And what happens is your auto miners will mine up all of the regolith on this side, and then you have another C block here, another C block here, and etc. that way and that way. And you get almost all of the regolith out of it, you get all of the base ores out of it, and whatever your planet's specialty is. There is no freaking point to ever use the blaster, because you waste all of that resource, and also you can never really make a regolith melter if you end up wasting that much regolith. Because remember, if you superheat regolith and you turn it into magma, you lose a lot of other stuff. The conduction panel is not as good as using liquids. If you end up getting swarmed, if you're playing on Doomsday difficulty, the conduction panel will not keep up. You will need to use petroleum. Or then actually, if you're playing on Doomsday difficulty, you will need to use supercoolant. Which you will lose some to space, but I mean, you have this game gives you an infinite supercoolant now because points of interest. So there's no issues with that. Just know that if you are playing on Doomsday difficulty, that is a thing. But the poor conduction panel cannot keep up. I have attempted it in labs and it does not work. It's like it gives it its college try, but it really can't. It just doesn't have the thermal heat capacity to actually keep running indefinitely while everything is being peltered. Which kind of sucks, but that is the way it works. I do know a lot of people like using the door crusher method as well. You can set it on up to technically hyper accelerate materials in a straight line utilizing a door crusher, which is a combination of mechanized airlocks on the back end and go to the door. Is it? Not rooms. Should be equipment. Buildings. Should be base. You can use bunker doors, and then underneath them you use regular doors, and what you do is you can actually crush the regolith by having the steel doors open after impact, and then use the regular doors to compress the materials. And what happens is that you will actually crush the basic tiles of regolith, and it will turn it into material tiles. And you do it in a sequential fashion, so that way all of the materials get pushed to one side, so left of your base or right of your base, and then you can just get all of that material to be shoved down into a regolith melter. Or you can just send it down into your base, however you want. I know a lot of people like to do that for missile silos, so they'll make a base actual missile silo, and then they have the regolith door crusher at the very top of the map, and it scoots all the material, and then yeets it down into the actual rocket silo, and then their dupes can collect it at the bottom. Or they can just use the hydrogen rocket to melt it, and then extract the extra energy out of it. That also works really, really well. Because again, when you convert regolith into magma, you're actually converting regolith into igneous rock. So the amount of energy that is in it goes up. For reference, let me just go get the materials here. I'm pretty sure they haven't fixed it, because that is like a staple at this point of this game. Well, they just pretty much took it. So igneous rock, you were looking at 1 and 2, and then regolith. There's Regolith. Not Math. There's Math Rock. It's different. There's Regolith. And that is 0.2 and 1. Nope. Okay, that's 74. Okay, you guys have hit the thermal points. We got enough? Nope. It's only on that one tile. Wait, hold up. So that one's 76. That one's 49. That is negative 35, 84, 92, 86, 48, 90, and negative 9. Man, that's all over the place. This stuff does not hold its temperature at all. Alright, let's clean these up for a bit. And let the temperature stabilize. I could let them run and melt everything, but they should be fine. We're slowly getting through all the excess mercury. That is not holding its temperature at all. I should say it's not shifting its temperature at all. I feel like the wood heaters have a very weird temperature displacement. Could just be because of the CO2, but I can't put my finger on it. That feels odd. Oh yeah, it's hot, bud. I know. And it's cooling down already. I can't inject enough heat to get rid of it. Yeah, well. I do wish that they would have buffed the panel as well. Where is it? Where did they put it? I just forget. Yeah, the conduction panel. I really wish that they had buffed the actual thermal conductivity to be slightly modified higher than the base resource value, but I do understand why they didn't do that. Really sad thing is I'm pretty sure all these temperatures are going to go right back down to nothing. Just inject as much heat as possible. Melt all the mercury so I don't lose any of it. Oh my goodness. Just need to make a little more. Yes, they are. I just wish they were better. That's really the problem. It's like well, the big problem obviously is you can do a diamond temperature shift plate. You can't actually do a diamond conductive plate. So, that's always a problem. Star Legend God, welcome. I'm starting out, where are the best places to put my coal generators? Don't want to overheat my base too quickly early game. Well, it depends on which base you're playing. Because depending on which planet that you're on, if you're playing base game, if you're playing DLC, or if you're playing the Frosty DLC, will determine how much coal you actually have access to, first of all. Because you don't really want to burn through all your coal really quickly. Unless you rush Sage Hatches, which, for a new player, I would not recommend doing that. Rushing Sage Hatches is a thing that you can learn how to do it later, but I would not recommend it right off the bat. But for early coal, you mostly want to just kind of put them in a bucket. Gold coal gen. No, don't do that. But I was going to say, for the most part, you really just kind of want to build a bucket and then put the CO2 in. You can actually use, if you're really early on and you're just trying to figure out where to put it, if you haven't isolated your food yet, you can use a coal generator next to your food container. And make sure that you add a bucket, and then that way the CO2 will end up making it so that way the food is in a sterile environment. And sterile means that the decay rate will be 0. Now, obviously, you will want to move it away after you've gained I would say roughly about 1,500 grams per tile. If you want to see how that's done for the most part, I did it earlier actually using the wood burner. I think it was in episode 1 and 2, and they're up on YouTube. But you can end up doing a little bucket like this, and then put your food in it, which would just be a rations box here at the bottom. And you can put a coal generator right about there. Just remember to put a tile on that side and a tile on that side. The CO2 actually gets output in a little plus symbol, which is right about here and right there. And if you make a pit right here, you can get some extra CO2 out of it. That always works. Yep. That also works too. I normally just do I normally do the wood burner because the wood burner is tiny, and you can also almost immediately throw in the amount of excess CO2 that you've got. Just remember to make a bowl, because CO2 settles at the bottom of almost every single gas. Sour gas not included. Okay, let's see here. We have a Flex Fun, we have Rust, we have a Nicola, and a Ruby. Nicola is supplying 9, actually, not bad. Innately Stylish, Caregiver, and Luddite. Not great. Rust is 1,000 kilograms. Ruby is building 9. Iron Gut, Interior Decorator. Not a fan. And Critter Version. Also not a fan. So, I'll just take the Flex Fun. That'll be fine. But yeah, remember that gases cannot actually share the same element. Like, the two different elements cannot share the same tile. So, you'll see stuff moving around regularly. That is because there is actually oxygen and CO2 currently fighting for positions. If you end up putting them into a bucket, or they're in their own isolated chamber, they do not move, they do not lag, and they will always hold their own position. What? Don't put... Wraith, when did I ever say to put the coal generator near the plants? You put it in the food bin, or you put it next to the food bin, so that way you can get CO2 in there for about 2 cycles. Then you remove it, and then you can go put it somewhere else. That way you have a perfect seal and a very high amount of CO2, and you don't even have to think about it. It's really easy. Don't put them near plants. Unless you're running mushrooms, and even then, and I wouldn't recommend it. As again, the mushrooms are weird. If anyone wants to know how mushrooms work, easiest explanation I can give you is make a 1 tile high bucket, and that's it. It's just a really long 1 tile like high bucket, and have your dupes walk over it. That is it. Never allow light in there at all, and you'll be fine. Is mushrooms don't function. They break down when they get light on them. Oh, where's the mushroom? Completely spaced it, didn't I? There it is. Dust cap. But yeah, dust caps, they just need to be in CO2. That too. Samwraith, they probably don't have insulated tiles yet. You gotta think about this from like a brand new starting point. For a newer player, don't expect somebody to have their insulated tiles. One of the main things that you need to remember is for early game practices, like say you have your printing pod here, and you'll be able to go that way. No, it won't, because you'll eventually add cooling. We call them cooling loops. They look like this. I'm using ethanol right now because we have access to it. If you're really early on, are you playing the base game? Are you playing the base DLC, Brand New Worlds, or are you playing Frosty? That really depends on whichever one you're playing. Will tell me what I need to know to be able to tell you where to put your coal generators and what to do with cooling them down. You also really don't need coal generators to begin with. They're really only there to jumpstart stuff, which is also a thing. But I would say that's probably intermediate and above. Because, again, duplicate wheels I will be honest, duplicate wheels can get you to space. It's really stupid and funny that's how that works. Okay, you're playing base. You're playing base with the DLC. Okay. Are you on Terra or are you on Oasis or which planet? And yes, whenever you build an item, the item will reset to 20C. Tiles can they used to actually reset to 30C, but then they changed it to 20. Damn right, no, it's not. Don't do that. Again, don't do that. Just a basic copper, because again, you're probably in Terra, so you would want a copper coal generator. You would want to put it, I would say, if your printing pod is here, 1, 2, 3, you probably want to just build a small, yeah, you're on Terra, so you've got copper, you might have gold amalgam if you found it yet. You probably have a little bit of iron. If you have any sort of modifiers for ice, then you'll have wolframite. If not, you're pretty much copper and iron at this point. The main thing would be a copper coal generator. You would want to, let me see if I can build it really quickly for you while my guys do everything else. Let me do this. Turn that off and turn you off. You submerge in liquid. Hooray, it's submerged in liquid. Okay, we're good. Let me do this for you while we wait. So the main thing would be use regular tiles. Find wherever your placement is. Most rooms are probably going to be about 4 tall. At least in general. You can do it like this. If you have insulated tiles, you can use insulated tiles. And the thing is you'll want to remove the corners. One there. Eventually, you will probably want to actually keep this expanded. Hold up. More. Battery. Boom. Like so. And smart battery. So what you do is you go with 2 coal generators, normally. You build this little bucket. Dupes can climb down 2 tiles. So they can climb down to this one, and then they can actually climb down to here. And what you do is you can have an automation wire that goes across for both of these, and you can set the smart battery to 9515. The reason we do 9515, right here, I have this one for 35 because this is the bottom. Low threshold means that this will turn on when it's at 35%, and it will be stopping at 95%. So we'll never hit 100%. Down here, with coal generators, you can do 15. And the thing is that with this kind of setup, this will actually generate, what was it? Which was coal again? It's 1,000, yeah, it's 1 kilogram per second at 1,200 watts. So this will technically give you 2 regular wires. You can use 1 conductive wire, or you can use 2 regular wires, but do not do both of them on the same network, because that is 1,200 watts. This will fry a regular wire. Use dupe wheels for 70 cycles. Honestly, it makes progression. Isn't it better to use oil to speedrun getting off wheels and coal entirely? Oil, debatable. Normally, actually, if you're playing the DLC, you just ignore oil until you get to the oil planet itself, because then you just use it for plastic. If you're doing standard stuff, like if you're doing the DLC and you're doing Spaced Out, you, for the most part, actually just ignore oil until, well, way past the point where it's actually useful, besides for using it as coolant. Using it as coolant, perfectly fine, but the main reason being is you can completely skip oil, because you want to find the Draco planet. If you have Dracos on your planet, if you're playing the Terra version, you get Dracos. If you're not playing Terra, you don't get Dracos, then you actually need to find the planet that has it. If it turns out that the oil planet and the Draco planet are one and the same, so be it. That happens. That's what happened to me last time. But the main thing is you want to eventually get Glossy Dracos. Glossy Dracos give you plastic. And when they give you plastic, oh, you can make Naphtha. Naphtha is I would say, the natural progression where you can get easy plastic from doing this on your starter planet. And if you have a volcano, what you can do is if you have plastic, you can go to your utilities, temperature ship plate, and you can make a plastic temperature ship plate. If you make this, and you say, put it right here, what's going to happen is this will superheat because it will pull the temperature from this tile, and this tile, and it will instantaneously flash to naphtha. The second it is crafted, it will turn into naphtha instantaneously. And that means, well, congratulations, you now have your metal refinery coolant. So then you can rush steel. And you can do that in about cycle 30. I'm not even kidding. That's when we did it. That's what I had to do before. But yeah, you can literally just rush coolant instantaneously and then beeline the metal refinery and then use wheels to get the metal refinery going, get your iron, your actual steel, get one thermal aqua tuner, and then cool your entire base. If you're playing on the other ones, obviously where you need cooling, do it that way. If you need to heat your base, then use the liquid templatizers. Liquid templatizers have an insane kilo DTUs of 4,064 per second. This is the most efficient heating tool in the entire game, and this is obviously the most efficient cooling tool in the entire game. So, once you have both of those, you're good. Yeah, it's very quick. The biggest issue and hurdle is obviously research. If you end up getting 2 researchers, you can beeline it. As you can see, we're not even into nuclear or even space science, and we already have the capabilities to make naphtha. If I wasn't running this DLC, and I was obviously Behemoths, they can't make plastic. They actually don't have any mutations yet, as you can see. But if you're playing the base DLC and you get Drekos, you've already won. Like, the second you find a Dreko, you're done. It's a very easy win. Which is good, because then you can start building very stupid things like, you know, petroleum boilers and phosphorus refiners, and also sulfur generators, which is always fun. Like my personal favorite, obviously, from all of the stuff that I have done as of late, especially with the last playthrough, was I did a double-double where we took a volcano, we turned it into a petroleum boiler, and then on the other side of it, we strapped in a phosphorus boiler. So we would make phosphorite, and we would take our phosphorite, turn it into liquid phosphorus, so we would superheat it to about 400 degrees, because that way you could flash it, and then we would supercool it in the same chamber using hydrogen, and that ends up making refined phosphorus. Refined phosphorus is how you overtune all of your points of interest, for the most part. Every single volcano, it requires refined phosphorus. So for geotuning, which is a newer mechanic that they added into the game, where's the lab? Here's my geotuner. Yep, there's the geotuner. When you get your hands on these things, you can overcook your volcanoes, make them warmer, considerably warmer, and they will output a hell of a lot more materials, but it does require phosphorus and phosphorite. Well, guess what? The other resource that you get when working with Drekos? Phosphorite. Because for some godforsaken reason, they turned Drekos into the ultimate fuel source. Because, yeah, that's the thing. Not only do you get reed fibers for suits, but you also get the easiest way of overtuning and getting more metals in any playthrough. Because, well, Drekos are the key to everything. Them and pips. Because if you're using pips, pips naturally plant everything and take no resources. Drekos, on the other hand, can then eat those resources to produce everything else that you need. Obviously, if you're playing on the desert maps, you do also normally get access to sulfur, which is the other route where you can utilize the grubs to make sucrose and mud, and then you can end up making a stupid, and I do mean a stupid amount of water out of this. Because if you get a lot of these guys going, you get a lot. It's also the fact that the sulfur geysers are kind of insane. I understand that they wanted to make them strong, but these things never turn off, really. They're down and out for, like, I think the longest sulfur geyser I've ever had, it was active for, I think it was 93 cycles, and it had an inactive period of 16. The fastest one had an inactive period of 8. And I believe that when I was checking other seeds that people were linking me, there's a seed that has a sulfur geyser that has like a 1.1 cycle delay and a 73 cycle active period. So it's just, oh, it's off. Next day, it's back on again for the next 70 days. And it just, these things don't stop. So there is a couple ways that you can completely reach super sustainability very easily. It's not just like, oh, only this way works. ONI has many, many ways to do it. It's just that some of them are really easy. And that's why, I mean, again, Terra has the easy rating for a reason. It's just most people don't know that. Because I will admit we have had a lot of newer players, which is awesome. I have really been thinking about it, and I do think I am going to end up doing tutorial bites just to walk people through like easy base setups. Because again, I have a lot of people that show up here who ask questions. Specifically, it's like, we're playing Terra. I'm like, here's your resource list. I know exactly what you have. It's a good thing. It really is. Because again, Terra teaches you a lot about this game. And it will easily walk you through, for the most part, hold your hand. Like, obviously, Terra can absolutely kick your ass. Like, any planet in this game can absolutely just dumpster your dupes if you're not careful. You know, between bugs and other things. It's like, if you like, for instance, never delete these. If you notice, this is 1,376. Everything around it's fine. This light doesn't actually transfer any temperature. So, whatever the temperature is that it is going to stay that way. The weird thing with this is you can actually flash materials with this, but I'll explain that later, because it's a weird one. Yeah. Thermal conductivity, 0.0004, actually. Uh-oh. You got stuck. Oh no, more ice. We're slowly getting the base warmed up. It's just going to take a little bit. We will get some entombment, though, because of all the excess ice laying around. Oh, normally I just ignore it. Because the thing is I normally build the actual steam turbines into the actual system, and then the steam turbines will go up here. Because what happens is that the heat at the bottom is never enough in most large-scale chambers. So my actual industrial brick will be about yay big. So for right now, we're just going to be running this, not really caring about it. If steam erupts out, not really a big deal. Steam turbines will be here, 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 and here. And then the off-gassing will probably be ejected out to the left. I've done this before multiple times, actually. Right now, obviously, this is going to be open, so that way my dupes don't need suits. And then when we actually turn this entire thing into a steam room, this one right here will be going away, and this will be a ladder. And then everything up here will be steam turbines. As you can just future-proof the system by doing that. But yeah, we'll just build down. That's the plan anyway. I am debating about how we're going to be doing the geothermal, though, because I want to fully incorporate both of these. They're in such a good position, too. It's so much energy. I need plastic. I need Dragos. I also need to get to this thing and get some sleep meat set up so I don't have to worry about it. We can have a more varied food supply. Technically, we can probably live off pike skewers for the next, God, what, 600 cycles? Kind of stupid, actually. I will admit, I do feel like they added too much phosphorite. I understand why they did it in the Frosty DLC, but it really does feel like there's just way too much of it. Like, it's freaking everywhere. Like, this is more plentiful than dirt on Terra. Like, I'm not even kidding. Yeah, let me just do the overlay. Everything that is this, like, burgundy-ish purple is phosphorite. And all of this is dirt. Like, effectively. It just feels like they added a little bit too much. But then again, I don't think this thing actually has that high of a difficulty rating for a planetoid, which is good. It just feels weird. Like seeing this much phosphorate around is awkwardly weird. I also need to get rid of these 3 tiles. What's the room size right now? 95. Yeah, we'll work on that later. Temperatures is still bad. I need to fix that. Okay, we're at 9.5. Do I want to bring water down to try to heat this thing up? Kinda not. To be honest, I also need to get the automated liquid reservoir done. Which means I need to dig this out. And set up the second tank. What was it? It was filter set for 35 seconds and yeah, filter set and tank. Because we need the NOT gate. So for anyone that doesn't know, liquid reservoirs, if they hit their high threshold, they actually will send a green signal. So what you want to do is run a NOT gate on a second tank. So that way you can worry about this one. And this will be your backup filler. And this will be the primary filler. And what you do is if this one was to be filled up, then this one will end up offloading. Technically I want to actually flip this. So yeah, I want bathrooms that side. We want this one as our fill tank, and this is the empty reservoir. And this will need to have a connection node here. I need to put this to there. So if this hits, we'll do 95 as per usual. And we'll do low threshold at 10. Keep that there. So when this fills completely, then what will happen is that this will actually offlow. Actually, need to scoop that bigger by one. Let's see, do I want to have it dump directly in? Do I want it... I'm debating if I want the water going left or right here. Because this will be the excess reservoir. This will also be extremely polluted. So... then we use phosphorite. Also, I think it's worth making fertilizer to speed up the growth of plume squash plants. I think needed 4 domestic plants per demo, so... Oh, you don't even need that. So the weird thing with these guys, well, again, with most creatures, is you never need to actually keep them full. So they're just, oh, yes, I'm glum, blah, blah, I'm looking for food. And it's like, okay, cool, you're satisfied. You're satisfied. And where's the other one? Because the one's tame right now. Yeah. I think the tame one's the only one I don't really have to care about that much. I just kind of want him to die off. But you really only need 1 plant per person, naturally planted. How many dupes is too much? The biggest space I ever played was 124 dupes. My computer cried and hated me for it, but it was possible. I would not go over, in all honesty, probably 60 dupes. But yeah, you don't actually need to feed them. Just naturally plant 3 plants, like 1 plant per dude, and you'll be fine. Because remember, you're not really trying to keep them fed the entire time, you're mostly just trying to just keep them to where they don't die. So dry feeding them is perfectly reasonable. It's the same thing that you do with sage hatches, except for sage hatches actually require automation. These guys, it looks like you don't really need to, from what I can tell. They'll just nibble on their plant and just keep going. And they'll just periodically die off due to old age, and you'll get 22,000 food. If you really want to push it, then you can probably get the cuddle pips. And you can do egg rotations, because the cuddle pips buff plus the dupes running on a incubator will give them enough speed where you could probably pop out about maybe 2.1. Let me see, what is the tame rate? 0.8 cycles. Yeah, you could probably get them to pop out an egg at like 1.2 times. So in about 300 cycles, you would have an extra spare mammoth, and you would require no resources. So no phosphorite, no nothing. At least based off of the tame rate. Oh, if you got a heat issue, you need to cool it. That one, sure. That one I will give you. Build a cooling loop, never think about it again. But I would say don't actually tame them. Leave them as wild and just make it so that way you can automate the entire process. Like as you can see, once I can get the sleep wheat set up over here, I will be getting pips in here, and we'll get probably 9 going, and then we'll have 8 mammoths, and then I don't have to think about it because they'll all be wild. And then we'll just use the rest of the eggs to maintain wild ones. I'm never going to tame another one. I accidentally left the thing on. We accidentally tamed one, so I was like, ah, damn it. Okay, I'll need to go retrieve the rest of these guys and shove them in the bin. Yeah, they seem to be able to actually handle themselves no problem, from what I can tell. Yeah, seeing they're wild, they're going to be maintaining satisfied. I only have 2 plants, and 2 of them are satisfied. And they're the 2 youngest. So I don't really think we need to give a shit about them, which is good. That's good. Because that means they work like sage hatches, except for the fact that they do need naturally planted materials. Sage hatches, you can just give them 1 kilogram of dirt, and then they will just never die. You can set a auto sweeper with a critter feeder, and have 1 kilogram of dirt, and set this on up to a 12-second on, 12-second off period, 7 seconds on, and you can infinitely run 8 sage hatches with that kind of food. And that's technically 8 kilograms worth of food every cycle. Roughly. Now, where's the hatches? So it's 8 kilograms of dirt instead of their normal rate. If you want to increase it to get more coal, then you can actually do that, but it's really up to you. You get a lot more meat out of running like 20 sage hatches, like farms, and just dry feeding them. Because, again, whenever they die, it's 3,200 kilocalories, and you get enough of them, you just don't care. You reach hundreds of millions of barbecue, and it's hilarious. And also, you get a lot of diamonds out of it, too. Which is good. And also, my dupe is not wanting to do the... Ugh. Yeah, they gotta fix that. The bug has returned. If your dupe that can dig can't build, one of the biggest problems is that dupe will pretty much supersede all other dig orders, even though other dupes can do it. So if you have a construction order and it's placed over a tile that they cannot build on, then they just won't dig it. Which is annoying as shit, and that bug they fixed a long time ago. Being melted. We actually make a wire out of... No. Copper. That's made of iron. I have no idea. It's like, oh, it's melting. I'm like, what? There is no mercury in this base because we just got mercury specifically to get more materials. It's all meant to be in fluid form. I'm not making anything out of metal. But yeah, so I was really hoping that that bug was going to stay dead, but apparently it's back again. And let's add... Let's do a jumbo battery. It doesn't matter. I do feel like I need to give them a light, though. As a small heads up as well, you can give them light for 15% speed increase in all activities. That includes running on the wheel. You should always give them a light bulb, if you can spare one at least. Let's give them a lamp here. And a light bulb. And set those to 9, so we warm up the area. Do need to start digging out most of this. Okay, that should get us up to a reasonable level, hopefully. Guys, get the battery in, please. That way they'll stop running on the wheel indefinitely. Right now, they're actually incapable of charging anything, so the wheels are not actually calculating a battery, so the dupes will just keep running indefinitely. Always give them a battery when equipped with wheels, just out of precaution. Okay, what do we got? Curative Tablet, 3 of them. Ada with Decorating 11, Grease Monkey, Squeamish, Bottomless Stomach, and we can do better than that, for sure. We have a Hassan with Suit Wearing 6, Operating 3, Early Bird, Iron Gut, Squeamish, and Flatulent. The base is not set up. I am not infinitely filtering the base, so sadly can't utilize the natural gas. That'd be nice, but we're not doing that. At least not right now. And we have Liam with Tidying 13. Pretty dang high. Problem is Show Taste Buds, which is good. Critter Version, which is bad. And Triphobia, which is cannot do digging. No. I can handle a non-builder digger when it's not bugging out. But that's about it. Non-diggers is rough to work with. And we have lit work environment, lit work environment. There we go. Okay, everyone shall now start getting skills up. Also need to get a ladder in there and build that tile. That Mercury, yeah, Mercury really does hold its temperature quickly. That's because it's got such a low actual capacity, but it's very efficient. There we go. Okay, that should hopefully heat up the area over time, as it's easily heating up the iron. Yeah, no, that's actually working out pretty well. Probably need to... I think we might need to finally get rid of the wood eater. We're finally getting a green spot in our base. And our sputum is, even with spreading the energy around, very inefficient in actually getting it outside of its zone. Mostly because there is so much mass that it has to warm up that it's going to take forever. Well, at least we can get the rest of the mercury over here. Also need to convert all of this to insulated tiles. Oh, come on, we're so close. We're so close. Dang it. It's coming along quite well. Stop making the sleep wheat for a little bit. I really need to set up natural farms there. Okay, we need... Bottle emptier can just go there. Actually, no, I'll put near the... Where the dupes can get in and out easier. I'd like my oxygen to be included. Agreed. Thankfully, at this point, we are getting pretty close to that. It actually does. So it's one of those weird things where the wheels do actually, everything in this game gets bonused by it. The only thing that doesn't is ranching. Because if you decide to run your dupes for, say, 300 cycles, and you get a new dupe, and you let them on the wheel with the lit ones versus one that isn't, the one that is on the regular wheel without the light will be actually lower athletics than the one that is. I believe it takes 65 cycles with a light to cap athletics if you're running them non-stop, and they're only going for food. And if you are not running with a light, it is 90, if I remember correctly. Unless they've changed that, as far as I know, when making an actual gym, that's one of the things that you can do. If you just do a regular one, and then you set it on up so that way there's no battery, and then they just run on a liquid temporizer with no light, they will be slower than the ones that actually are running in a gym with a light bulb. Also, bathrooms are faster, shower is faster, sink is faster, metal frettery is faster, but obviously they're going to be in suits, so they automatically have that. The only thing, if I remember right, was they can't hug faster, which is, I mean, it makes sense. Specifically, the incubator. Dupes cannot go faster on this, no matter what you do. And the EXP gain is going to be the same, no matter how many cycles you sit through waiting for them to improve. I did it in lab multiple times. I hate myself for it. But yeah, it was very insightful to be able to set up a lab workshop area and then go from that. For reference, let's see if I still have it. You know, Test Lab 6-1. I think some of the other ones got deleted. Yeah, I have more. But, yeah. I've done a lot of testing with the light stuff for, I have, oh god, what? We're approaching 3,000 hours in Oxygen included? Yeah. We're not there yet. We'll get there. But yeah, sadly, the only thing that is not affected, obviously, was anything ranching related. Also, a glow stick dupe will always have well lit, as a heads up. Where is... Where's Shark? Of course. So, he will always be well lit, mostly because his glow stick perk will always keep him lit, even if he's without a suit. So, he will actually end up being one of your fastest dupes, especially if they end up being a researcher. So one of the weird things is when it comes down to EXP gain for the 15% lit bonus, if they're a researcher, they also get the increase from the science bonus for skill learning. And if they reach level 28, which is, I would say, on par with average, every other skill can be done in about 14 cycles. It's insane how fast that is. Just put them on everything else that they can do and watch them just power level all of their skills. All the issue is normally by that point, you can't really get them digging because you've already eaten most of the planets. It's really the bigger issue is that you actually need to shove them on the rock crusher, making salt if you want to get their strength up. Yeah, glow stick dupes are always one of the funny ones. Also need to get rid of that. I'm very happy that they added the glow stick dupe. Though, again, they will absolutely piss off all your other dupes if they walk by them when they're sleeping. So, make sure if you have a bedroom like this, non-dupes that are affected by light, far left side. Radioactive dupe, they go right there in the door. The first one in and out. You do not want to walk them by the other dupes, because their light level will absolutely piss them off. I do not want to remind myself how many times I've done that by accident and then forgot to change their beddings back when I was doing rocket missions. It's like, why is my stress randomly go? Oh, let me guess. Clicks on the dupe. Disrupted by light. Damn it. It happens way too many times. Oh, that's what melted. Okay, so it was the NOT gate did actually melt. Got it. It's like, what melted? Something is off. Now we need to flip this around. So when this one fills completely... Yeah, so let's see here. I need... Yes. That one there. This one does need to indicate when it is full. So that is sending me a green signal. We'll send a red signal when it's filled. This one will do the same. And when that is full, this one dumps into that. There we go. Okay. Binary area with white knight finally. Hey, congrats, Jenna. I guess sunlight on the rise. God damn it, Giovanni. Don't do that. The sun is coming up, so don't do that. Okay. And where do we want to put our excess water? Is our research water is up here. For reference. No germs. It's too dang cold. I probably could actually take one of the Weezeworts and shove it next to the laboratories to deal with the rest of the germs and just irradiate the hell out of them. Because, I mean, one Weezewort's really efficient. Even if you just, like, naturally plant the dang thing. So, that is always an option. It can handle any temperatures too, by the way. Like negative 60 through 95°C. So, yeah. Never despise the Weezewort, even though it was nerfed. The radiation is too useful to be ignored. Where do we want to put the water? I mean, I could steam it off inside the steam room and just vaporize it if we really wanted to. That is an option. I'd rather repurpose it. I just don't know where. That's the question. Oh, we could use it in tanks over here. What do I use it for? Normally I just recycle it back into the Sputum, but I don't think we really need to worry about it too much. I have a tiny amount of uranium here, but no bees to work with, so we're not going to be running a nuclear power plant on this planet for a long, long time. The geovents, I do not believe that they require water. Do you require water? No, you just require the dupes to dream. Bio-robot builder just requires a doctor and some gas intake for certain materials. Technically, I could send it up to the supply teleporter. That could be an option. If we did that, though, I would need to insulate it the whole way. Yeah, that would be a useful one. Uranium door or farm plot could disinfect. So a uranium door does work. You can also make a uranium natural tile or nuclear waste natural tile if you really wanted to do that. The other one, obviously, as I said, you can just do a natural plant of a Weezewort. If you have a pip, you can do it that way. So you can literally just take a manual airlock. Especially in this DLC specifically. Cinnabar ore, I could just shove it here, move this latrine, and I could just get a natural tile here. I actually have no plants below. So yeah, I could just put a Weezewort right here if I really wanted to. I have one Alvaro. It's kind of naturally planted there already from the start of the game. Yep, that's how it's at in range. That and that. Yeah, you know what? We could do a Weezewort. It's even worth it, though. Kind of. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? I'm thinking about it. Get rid of that tile. You could do a wild shine bug. I normally just kill wild shine bugs. I don't find them useful. They get very annoying because they'll chase your dupes around. Their AI is actually programmed to follow duplicates. For better or for worse. If I remember right, they actually say they share the same thing as gassy moos, so they'll just kind of chase your dupes around. That's just high priority, all of that. And which Weezewort do we want to grab? Do I have a Weezewort seed? I think we do, but I'm not completely certain. Door. Questions. Why are you the one doing... Wait. You have full bladder and you're the one doing all the building. The pain. In the bathroom, bud. Somebody else handle it. Okay, I need 1 kilogram of Weezewort seed. Pronto. The rest of that needs to be locked away. How much wood do we have? We have 13.2 tons. That's fine. Actually making more because of the free herb trees that we have. Okay, and there's that. Get all that belt. Pip, I request your assistance. Insert that. Bathroom back. Thank you, Pip. And you can go back to your nice little warm, cozy chambers that we're working on to get you going. And there's our radiation. Probably need to actually just shove in a bunch of igneous rock tiles to reduce radiation output, but you know, that will handle everything. Check the germs real quick. Yep, and they're dying. It's 0 already on that one. That one is falling quite rapidly, and same with that. Yeah, pretty simple to get it done like that. I can also probably add something else here. Let's see. Yeah, somebody's fine. Actually, Shark, I was supposed to say, I'm like, wait, I said, oh, Shark's there. Get it. We're good. That'll reduce radiation output from the bottom, and it's already from the top, so we're good there. Yep. From 48 to 60, roughly. And you convert all of those up. I know. There's some ice generating. Oh, there it is. Let me just get that rolling. Okay, cool. So it's all compressed in both directions, and our bathrooms are mostly clean. Oh, tombed? Oh no! Too much ice. It's too much. Just eat it into the bin. Okay, we need to put mercury in here. I need to put mercury in there. I see mercury freaking everywhere at this point. Hey, nice. That's good. That's a very fun gun. Make sure everybody is on the list. And we can get rid of that one too. There we go. There's so much, so much ice. That needs to be sweep only. Brine, included water, salt water, and water. How much mass are we at for the base right now? 59.7. Okay. That'll drastically improve over time. That, and clean that up. That way we can insulate in our top roof here. I'm really hoping that we can take this thing. I'm gonna move this into the base. Acoustic art panel. Can I just yoink these? I swear, some of the new structures every time that we have a DLC, I'm just like, can I just build this in my base? Thanks. What a giant lobby right smack dab in the middle. Why not? Biolab mission. Good luck. Oops. Oxygen in there. Yeah, well, that's fine. 24.7. You get all the ice out of here as well. Start cleaning up all the garbage. Get an ethanol in there. Well, you guys are good. Yep. A little bit more meat left. Probably need to switch this out for chlorine at some point. But I think we're good the way it is right now, at least. I get a little bit more of the research water there. Hey, perfect. Of course we get an allergic dupe. No way in hell. I will never take an allergic dupe ever again. I don't care what chat pays me or tells me to do. We'll never do it again. They are glitchy as all hell. No way. I'm not taking them. Sorry, Travoldo. Come back when you're not allergic to something. Or, well, actually everything. Including oxygen. Because that is the thing, apparently. We have a Leah with farming, doctoring, and supplying, with hard digging and anemic. Nope. And we have a Nicola with digging 8, grease monkey, neatly stylish, and small bladder. If I was gonna get a digger, this is actually a pretty good pick. Like right at the start of the game. Wouldn't say now per se, but definitely a good pick early on. But we're gonna grab the BAM Mini or Mini. Or is it Me? No, it should be Mini. BAM Mini. Yes. It's not Mimi, is it? Or Mini. Whatever. It's just a massive fucking egg. Quite interesting that they changed the plug slugs layout in the menu from plug slugs to sponge slugs. Don't know why that's a thing, but they did do that. Yeah, it's this little fluff ball. And we'll just move the egg in there. We are slowly warming up the base. Ever so slowly. I will need to be cleaning out all of the ice, though, for sure. It's going to get tedious if I don't. Actually, we'll leave those and remove the polluted ice. Make sure everything is marked. Probably actually should leave some ice in the chamber. Because I'm going to need some steam in there. It's pretty good. I do agree with you, Shanna. It's pretty good. I still feel like I should put a ship at the oxidizer, like, right there. Such a stupid little thing, but I'm like, probably. Also because the compost heap is the thing keeping our base slightly warm than that one little spot. I have some resources. You can get on the wheel real quick and jumpstart this bottom because we were converting most of our water to research water. There we go. Once the tank's filled, then these will stop running. Those will pop completely, and then the hydrogen will kick in. Yep. That's why I always just leave in this bootstrap system, then I can immediately plug in and just go, dupes, run on the wheels for 5 seconds. There we go. And we're good. Actually, get rid of that now. Good job, guys. Okay, temperatures are working. Mercury is still flowing. Do we have any mercury laying around? We have a lot of solid chunks of it. And over here, I want 5,000 kilograms worth of ice, I think. Everything else can go. And it's slowly starting to melt. I'm going to shove that back in there and clean that up. Hopefully we can get some more out of that. We need to also probably dig up the rest of this. I'll just ladder this for now. I need to get the CO2 down here, actually. kind of want to pump the like negative 17 to 19 into here to warm this up, so that way I can put a pip in here and start actually planting everything. Because otherwise, this is going to be very tedious to get this warmed up to where it doesn't harm the pips. It's probably going to be for the next episode, though. I think the sun is coming up. And we're almost 5 hours in. How's the radiation doing? And how's the germs doing? Oh yeah, dead. Very efficiently dead. Only 55, but very effective. Never skimp on a Weezwort. They are very nice to have. I should probably do that so I don't have to think about it. I'll probably need to put one next to the liquid reservoir, and I can always shove one right in here. So that's perfectly reasonable. Go to spectator mode real quick. Yeah, the base is coming along quite nice. We'll get to space soon. Oh, probably the teleporters first. In space. Definitely need to get more mercury, though. Not the rest of that, not all of this, and then use it for our actual refrigerant. Soon. Soon. Let's drop a save. This was 185. Yeah, that's a perfect time to drop a save here. I'm content with that. That's a pretty good stopping point for episode 4.